is not going to prevent these crimes from happening. It's just going to clog up our justice system even further. And I think that the one theme that I have taken away from the session so far is the imperative need to do the opposite, to do more to provide supports to the people that are a part of the system and not to create more opportunities for penalties. And oftentimes, when people are in that position where they're attacking somebody, a bus driver, they are mentally ill and they need help and services, not enhanced penalties. So I hope that we can just move on from this and to whatever else is on the agenda. But I just wanted to say that, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to Senator McKinney.
Senator McKinney, you are yielded 8 minutes 30.
Thank you, Mr. President. So now we're on LB 661, a bill that I oppose because, as I stated prior, it creates a offense that isn't needed. Currently, if you assault a bus driver, that is a felony. The problem and why the bus drivers feel like this bill is needed is because the police and the county attorneys and their employer doesn't do anything to help them. And our state has a history of increasing penalties and also having an unwillingness to decrease those penalties once it's found that those increased penalties are problematic. And we need to really think about that because it's hard to go back on increased penalty. As the case with, LB 63 that was passed and filled up our prisons with people with gun possessions. I just don't understand why anyone would think there's a need for this bill. Tell the police, the county attorneys, and the bus driver's employer to do their jobs. Post something inside the buses that says it's a crime already to assault a bus driver. Simple. Tell the police to follow up on leads once the bus driver reports these issues. Simple. That's not happening, and because it's not happening, we have this bill, which isn't needed. No one wants to do criminal justice reform in the state of Nebraska, but we want to increase penalties, which would probably disproportionately affect individuals that are in poverty, deal with substance abuse and mental health issues. And once they're locked up, because we're overcrowded, they can't get the help they need to deal with the substance abuse issue, deal with the mental health issue. Having a felony and getting released, it's hard to get a job. So we're gonna criminalize people that are living in poverty with this penalty. They get a felony, get convicted, get out, get $100 check, go to apply for a job, and nope, Mr. John Doe, I'm not gonna hire you because you have a felony on your record. So that individual is gonna potentially stay in poverty for a long time until somebody gives them a chance. And as you all should know, having a felony on your record is not marketable. It's no other way you could frame it. Jobs don't like hiring people with felonies. I know we're passing a bill this year to create an incentive for them to do so, but if they were already doing it, we wouldn't need to create an incentive. We focus on being so punitive that we overlook things in the society. It's already a penalty. You don't need to increase it. And we can't be blind with being so punitive and saying people are criminals and all the other words people like to use. And then 10 years from now, there's an article in the World Herald from Henry Cordes LB 661, passed by the Nebraska State Legislature in 2022, increased the amount of people that are serving time in our jails. And guess what? In 10 years, we'll have to build another prison because of something like this. Just hypothetically, it's possible. Something you have to think about. You can't be blind just to be blind because you want to be punitive and help your cop friends out who don't do their jobs, who look at people in those situations as not human. This is why this bill shouldn't pass. I don't know if there's an argument that could convince me when it's already a crime to assault a bus driver. Then we'll start with bus drivers. Then it'll be Uber drivers, Lyft drivers. The trolley driver after Mutual gets done with their project, it's just going to be everybody. If Senator Moorefield idea for a high-speed rail between Lincoln and Omaha. It's going to be them too. But are we thinking? Or are we being short-sighted? That's something we should think about. And there's no willingness to pass any meaningful reforms in this state to alleviate the overcrowding crisis. So why are we trying to increase penalties? Make it make sense. I don't understand. In a state that is number one or top three most overcrowded in the country, we want to keep increasing penalties to criminalize individuals that ride the bus. How does that make sense? I'm not saying bus drivers should be assaulted, because they shouldn't. They should be able to do their job and not be spit on and hit. But we also have to think about things in a holistic perspective. It is already a penalty to assault a bus driver. Tell the police and the county attorneys to do their job. Tell their employer to do their job and assist with helping them. I've seen in other states, they have barriers up and all other type of things. Why can't we do that? We do not need to increase a penalty because people won't do their job, and then we don't even want to pass reforms and people don't even want to vote for bills that alleviate the overcrowding crisis, but the same people want to pass bills like this. Be consistent, please. Well, I guess you are being consistent. You don't want to let people out, but you want to keep people in and put more people in. So I guess you are being consistent. And that's the problem. Too many people want to create the illusion that they're tough on crime and we're helping out the bus drivers and whoever else because it's a great thing to do. I'll feel good when I go to sleep at night. But they don't think about the people who potentially will get a felony, that are living in poverty, dealing with mental health issues, not being able to get employment, and being on the streets. Who's going to help them? So we really have to think when we do things like this, and I would hope you all would vote no or red if we do get to a vote on LB 661, because it's not needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney and Senator Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if you noted, I voted against the germaneness after having spoken in favor of it, and so I wanted to get up and explain. So I listened to, well, I was in the queue originally to talk on that amendment because I was in favor of that amendment and I wanted to speak on it, and I was happy to see that Senator McKinney had brought it and was looking forward to a discussion on that particular amendment because I feel strongly that that is something we should do. And so I wasn't quite ready for the germaneness conversation, and I looked quickly at the bill and I looked at the amendment, saw they had the same section, and so, you know, that's where I went. But then I listened to what Senator Slama said, and I got to give her credit. She convinced me that she was right and I was wrong. So let it not be said that Senator Slama never convinced me of anything. But then I also listened to Senator Lathrop, and I thought, well, yeah, he had a good point of why I was thinking of, I wanted to debate that issue and have that be up there and perhaps didn't quite think of it in the light that you should objectively view things. So I appreciate that advice from Senator Lathrop as well. So I just thought people, being that I voted differently than I said I was going to, I wanted to explain that to folks. So I was sitting here and I read the germaneness rule again, and I went and I looked at it, and I do think that was ultimately I did vote the right way, voting red on the germaneness question, though I would like to debate an amendment, because it is an amendment that would have, if we were to adopt it, and we've had a debate about it a couple of times before, but essentially there are people who are sitting in prisons for many number of reasons, but there are people sitting in prisons who we know there is evidence out there that they are not guilty of the crime for which they are sitting in prison. And that amendment, though not germane to this bill, would have created an avenue for newly discovered evidence, being evidence that was discovered after or became available after the trial, would then entitle somebody to a new trial. We already have mechanisms for that. The problem in the particular situation as laid out, and that bill is to address, is the court has interpreted that evidence as available, so not newly discovered. It was available at the time because the other person was called to testify and they exercised their Fifth Amendment. So it was technically available. It's different than finding some sort of new evidence, finding a weapon, finding an article of clothing, some sort of physical piece of evidence after the trial that then gets introduced, gets tested, and finds that you've got DNA for somebody else. That is newly discovered evidence. This is newly discovered but available evidence at the time. So this would address that and say that is a circumstance under which the person who was tried before that evidence was actually available, because the person refused to give that testimony, that would enable you to a new trial. And in this there's a particular case where someone is sitting in prison because a co-defendant was tried after them and refused to testify at their trial. The co-defendant was acquitted of a homicide under self-defense. They testified at their own trial, got acquitted on self-defense. The first person was convicted as an accessory to a homicide that was found to not have happened, to be an act of self-defense. So a person is sitting in prison as an accessory to not a crime at this point. And there's evidence available that was not available at their trial that should entitle them to a new trial that could have been adduced at a subsequent trial that they were not allowed to because of the nature of the statute here. And so that's what Senator McKinney's amendment did. It would have allowed for that particular situation and other such situations in a very narrowly constrained fashion to be entitled to a new trial. And that's actually the thing that Senator Slama convinced me on when she said it's a very narrowly tailored amendment, and that opens up a very small particular section of the law, only one section. And Senator McDonald's just touches another section in the same chapter that is unrelated to the section that Senator McKinney opened up. And so that was where Senator Slama convinced me. So I would have liked to have voted on that, would like us to adopt that amendment, and hopefully we'll find some opportunity to bring it up. And if we don't, we'll bring it as a bill again next session, and we can have that debate at that time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator McDonald, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill originated based on people coming to me and telling me their stories about being assaulted. They're the victims. They're the victims. They're not the people committing the crimes. They're the victims. So I want you to picture coming to work every day, and as you walk through the rotunda a couple times a week, someone in this group will be spit on, have coffee thrown on them, will be struck. Is that okay? Now, the only reason these people are being assaulted is because of their occupation. That is it. They're just driving the bus. So I think sometimes we picture the bus being empty. Oh, there's no one on the bus. So John Doe goes up and assaults the bus driver. No, there's a potential where you have a number of people that have to use the bus every day for their transportation. And now they're witnessing the bus driver being assaulted. Now, of course, the bus driver is going to try to stop the bus as soon as possible, because these are the stories I've heard. And as they're seat belted in, literally a sitting duck, they're being assaulted. Now, you've got all those people there that, let's say, it just makes them 10, 15 minutes late for work. Or possibly the bus driver can't control the bus. And now these people's lives are definitely in danger. It's because of their occupation they're being assaulted. It's not because they were walking down the street, had an argument with another citizen. So we've already recognized as a state, for healthcare professionals, for first responders, that if they are assaulted, then we're going to have a higher penalty for that. We talk about people that actually are assaulting those bus drivers, and I know it's been brought up, and it's factual, that there's X percent of them that possibly have a mental health issue, and they do need help. And the bus drivers that came to me recognized that, and they brought it up. And then there's just some people that are just mean and cruel. And now, as you walk through the rotunda every day at 9 o'clock, you leave for lunch, you come back, they know where you're at, just like the bus driver. So these individuals that have assaulted them before, have not been held to a higher standard, know what time they start, what route they're on, when they're going to stop, and they have another chance. Now think about living with that as the employee. Every day you're going to work and you wonder, is John Doe coming back? Is that person coming back at my 3 p.m. stop to assault me? Or just scare the hell out of me? Just threaten me this time? Because they got away with it and they weren't held to a higher standard. Again, this is about the victims. This is about letting those people know that we show value to them based on the work they do for public transportation. And we as the legislature value the work, respect them, and want to do everything we can to make sure they are protected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still oppose LB 661. And if I had to walk in a rotunda and somebody was going to attack me, I would just slam them. But we'll leave it there. We don't need this. We really don't. Bus drivers are not the same as police. This bill elevates status protection for bus drivers to the same level of protection for police. Proponents will talk about the hazards that bus drivers face, and some of the instances described are of concern. First, those things are criminal acts currently. And if the injury is a significant one, or if the assault involves a weapon, then that is a felony assault already. What the bill does to do is to increase penalties arbitrarily. It will put bus drivers on par with police officers as far as protecting victims. And no disrespect to bus drivers, but there's a difference in risks associated with police and metro drivers and the obligation that we have with what law enforcement has the power to do, or how we should protect them. Law enforcement officers are trained in de-escalation techniques. With respect to training, law enforcement officers must be certified with 20 plus hours of ongoing training for years. Police are trained in working with people in mental health crises. Police are armed with lethal and non-lethal tools to address risks to themselves. Then we talk about the mentally ill, and we want to give them felonies, just like we want to give people that have drug addictions felonies, or we'll keep charging them with felonies. I don't understand that philosophy. If I'm on drugs and I'm strung out, you want to give me a felony to try to punish me for being addicted to a drug. What if somebody accidentally slipped a drug into something I was drinking or eating, and I become addicted, and I'm a victim? You're still going to give me a felony. Think about that. Imagine watching one of your family members killed in front of you, and because there's a lack of, trauma counseling in areas like North Omaha, you deal with those issues and you live in poverty and you got to ride the bus, and one day it's just not your day. I get a felony for being failed by society. That's what's going to happen here. And we're not thinking about that. We just want to be heroes today, and we want to keep raising penalties and not pass criminal justice reform. That's what we're doing in this body. That's what this bill does. It raises a penalty, but we can't pass criminal justice reform because it's not okay. Well, guess what? This is not okay either. So we could keep going. I have no problem standing up all day doing this because I'm opposed to this. I'm opposed to raising penalties, especially penalties that will disproportionately affect individuals that live in poverty, deal with mental health issues and substance abuse issues. We stand up and say we care about these people, but then we want to penalize them for dealing with these issues. Make it make sense, please. I'm open to it. Then we keep saying the catchphrase, victim, 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 victim. Why? To try to rile people up, to have some type of guilt. That's all it does. But what about the guilt of not helping somebody that witnessed their family member assaulted? Or what if they were assaulted as a kid and deal with that trauma every day, and they live in poverty and just not doing well, can't afford their medication and riding a bus to just
1
have a
minute.
bad day? We're going to give them a felony and say, oh, we're going to lock you up in a state pen because we decided not to help you as a state. That's what's going to happen here. And no disrespect to the bus drivers, but tell the police, the county attorneys, and their employer to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McDonald yield to some questions?
Senator McDonald, would you yield?
Yes.
So Senator McDonald, in your bill, and I was just scanning through it quickly, but it looks to me like they're like a healthcare professional, or they're all covered by this, a bus driver, but it's just while they're on duty. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if the bus driver is punched out, walking to his car in a parking lot, and somebody assaults him there, this doesn't apply.
Yes.
So okay, thank you, Senator McDonald. And this is where I'm having a little bit of problem, and I guess this is maybe I'm kind of agreeing with Senator McKinney, but I just feel that if you take even EMTs, and you got volunteer fire departments out there, and we're going out, I don't think I've ever supported this, because you're sometimes going out in areas where you're going to be dealing with a combative patient maybe, and you might get assaulted. Is that a felony now? Those are the questions kind of I worry about a little bit. And again, if assault is wrong, it's just as wrong when that bus driver is walking to his car as it is while he's sitting in the bus. I don't like people that just go around insulting somebody for the fun of it. It's whether it's in the position of their job or whether they're just walking back to their car to go home. To me, an assault is an assault, and the penalty should be the same. And if it needs to be increased, then let's increase it. But to say that, criminals are going to say, well, okay, I can't assault you while you're on the bus. I'll wait for you in the parking lot, and then it won't be as big a crime when I beat the crap out of you. I'm failing to see, I guess, what we're trying to accomplish here, because maybe you need to put a sign in 14 different languages on the bus saying that, please don't hit the bus driver while he's on duty, do it later. Again, let's teach people not to assault the bus driver. Let's make sure there's no repeat offenders. We're carving out, to me, too many different professions and people for different enhanced penalties, and it goes against kind of what Senator Lathrop has always been trying to do here, is to let's make things a little bit more uniform. Let's not send more people to prison on technicalities, whether or not they're assaulting the driver while he's in the bus or if he's going home to work. We make this a little more complicated, I think, than we need to make it. And I don't think I'm going to support LB 661. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Member Senator Clements would like to introduce 25 fourth grade students from Messiah Lutheran School here in Lincoln, Nebraska. They are seated in the north balcony. If you would please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska legislature. Returning to debate, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I apologize, I'm kind of starting to lose my voice, probably because I haven't used it enough. Just kidding. So I don't support this bill for a lot of the same reasons that Senator Friesen was just speaking about. Enhancing a crime only under a specific circumstance, and that circumstance being who you're committing the crime against. Does not sit well with me. The crime is the crime, the punishment is the punishment, and creating special exemptions. And I know we already have them, but I wasn't here when those happened either. So I wouldn't have agreed to that at that time. I understand the desire to make sure that those who are working every day in services to the people need protection, but penalizing mentally ill people is not how we're going to get there. No person who is either strung out on drugs or having a serious mental crisis and goes after somebody on a bus, they're not going to take into account that the crime is even big, the penalties are even bigger because the person is working as the bus driver, as opposed to if they just followed them once they got off the bus and then assaulted them. That's not how that kind of situation works. The only time in which that might come into account is if somebody is planning proactively and it's not happening in the moment, which is like a whole nother level of issues. But most assaults that happen on a bus are not something that's been planned out. It is the heat of the moment, something that's happening at that moment in time, not that the person is purposely going after that specific bus driver. And so that to me just doesn't make sense. And I am very concerned about continuing criminalizing behavioral health issues. When somebody assaults a bus driver for whatever reason, they are probably in desperate need of help, whether it's they didn't have the money to get on the bus or they are on drugs, then they clearly have problems, or they have a mental impairment that they need help. They need help. And I would really encourage this body to reframe your thinking about crime and punishment. I know that there's been a lot of talk about it, specifically this week, and I never really felt like people who opposed sentencing reform took the time to think about crime and punishment in any other way than this very puritanical punish, 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 and that's the best thing to do in these situations. And it's not. So many times we hear stories about, and these are almost always when a young woman is sexually assaulted by a young man, and the judge will either lower the crime or dismiss it because they don't want to ruin the young man's life. He made a bad choice.
1 minute.
Now, I find that as a woman extraordinarily frustrating. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, well then let's take that attitude and apply it equally. Look at the person in front of you and what can you do to save them from the cycle? And things like this are not going to save anybody from the cycle, and they're not going to bring back or undue bruises and broken nose and cut lips for the bus driver. They're just going to help perpetuate the cycle more. And I don't think that's what any of us want. We certainly know it's going to cost us all a lot more money if we do that. And I hope that you all will join me in not moving this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it never ceases to amaze me how we talk about the perpetrator and never talk about what it means to the victim. So maybe what we need to do is have those bus drivers identify as a dog, and then they won't beat on them because it's illegal to beat up a dog. We spend more time here protecting animals and talking about what we do to animals than we do people. There's no reason, well, maybe there is. There is no reason to put a sign inside of a bus that says it is a crime to beat up the bus driver. Because what if these people getting on the bus can't read? What does that do for them? It is a crime to beat people up. You don't need a sign. You don't need to put up a sign that says, hey, by the way, it's a crime if you beat the bus driver up. Think about that. Someone would stand up and say, we need a sign that says it's a crime to beat up the bus driver. It amazes me what we stand up and say here on the floor. It's a crime to beat anybody up. Why do you need a sign? Senator McDonald, I'm supporting 661. But maybe you should include, they should be treated just like animals, like dogs and cats, and maybe they'd get more protection or more respect. These people are there to serve the public. Whether you're poor, whatever your situation is, does not give you a right to beat up somebody. I don't know where we get it in society that we can't increase the penalty here. Okay, it may affect somebody's life. What about the driver? Does it affect his life? Knock his teeth out or whatever? Is that appropriate? I didn't know. I didn't know it was illegal to beat the driver up. There was no sign that said it was illegal, so I thought it was okay. What kind of defense is that? So, Senator McDonald, what they've done to you with this motion here, they've effectively killed your bill. They've effectively killed your bill. So there have been numerous times that I've said this body has turned into what I call junior high student council. And when I was in junior high, we had more respect for each other than this body does. We have a few hours left, thank God, just a few hours. I haven't written my sine die motion yet, but I very well may today. It's phenomenal what we do here. I bet people at home are watching and saying, hey, did you know it was illegal to beat somebody up? I needed a sign to tell you that? No, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, it is. The legislature just passed a law, said put a sign up, says it's illegal to beat up somebody. Okay, I'll get it. So you go into Walmart and a sign says
1 minute.
Express item is 10 items. So they put up 2 hands, 10 for people who can't read. What is this? Senator McDonald, I'm sorry. You should have had an opportunity to have a fair and thorough debate on your bill. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's hard to vote against this bill because I have met personally with transportation workers, and I have talked face to face more than 5 times, maybe 10 times, with um, different transportation service workers who talked about harassment or assault that they experienced on the job as a bus driver. I've also spoken to a lot of food service workers who have experienced a lot of harassment and assault on the job, especially during COVID when we had the mask mandate, things like that. Um, I've talked to a lot of lawmakers who have experienced harassment and assault. Um, and I just think, in terms of criminal justice, the solution to a mean world isn't going to be turning more people into felons. This is one of those things where I can sympathize with the victims, and I can sympathize absolutely with people who go through this, but it doesn't mean that we need a new law. Senator McDonald said, you know, how would you feel if somebody came into the Capitol and assaulted you or harassed you? Well, they already do. They already do. It happens in every field, in every job, in every industry, and it's already illegal. It's already illegal, and we already have recourse for those kinds of things. And just because you're a jerk and you're a criminal and you're breaking the law and you're assaulting somebody, whatever it is, harassing somebody, whatever it is, it doesn't necessarily mean that you also deserve to be a felon. That's just my view. Yeah, I think this is just one of those things where we don't need a new law. I've spoken to advocates for this bill also over the years about the sign question. I think it's a good question. I've been in buses all over the world in different cities where they do have a standard placard up that says something like, you know, under statute, blah, 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 code whatever, any assault or harassment of a bus driver is punishable by XYZ. Lots of buses have this type of thing all over the world. And while this doesn't, you know, deter every crime, I do think it does something culturally to kind of remind people that it is a crime. And I do think there's value in that. When you're sitting on a bus and, you know, what do you do when you sit on the bus, when you sit on a train? I wonder when the last time was that some of you sat on a bus or a train. I have not been on the bus in Omaha for a long time, but last weekend I was on the bus a lot in Chicago, where I went to visit a couple friends. And you sit on the bus for a long time, and you can look at your phone, or you can read, you can do, you know, crossword puzzle, which I do a lot of. But another thing you do on the bus is you look around and you read things on the bus. There's advertisements, there's signs. And there's a sign in the bus that says, in another city, not here, but there's a sign in the bus that says, you know, assault of a bus driver is punishable with XYZ. And you sit and look at it and you think, oh, I wonder if that's ever happened. I wonder how frequently that happens. I wonder if anyone in here would ever assault a bus driver. You know, your mind just goes when you're sitting in the bus and you're going through this. And do signs work? No. But also, does increasing the penalty of a
1 minute.
crime when people didn't even know the original penalty of the crime, does that work to deter them either? No, it doesn't. It just fills up our prisons more. I also want to point out, when we're talking about criminal justice, it's the same people that were opposed to LB 920 and common sense criminal justice reforms that are supporting LB 661 to make more criminals. At some point, colleagues, we have to say, you know, I'm sorry that bad things happen to you. It's already a crime. Please pursue, you know, legal avenues for recourse that already exist. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator McDonald, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So back to the bus drivers that are being assaulted, and the idea that over the years talking about first responders and healthcare providers and why we raised the level of the penalty. And if you think about, and some of this was in testimony, some was just in conversation, and about the bus drivers and how they're distracted, how they're responsible for those people's lives that they're transporting. Also, the idea that the value that we show as a society for the work they're doing, as different than an individual. An individual walking down the street and there's an argument and there's an assault between those two people, still 100% wrong. But at the same time, we're looking at the people that are driving the bus that are responsible for those people, trying to get them to their destination, and now they're being assaulted just because they're doing their job. And they come to us, and this is frustrating based on some of the information, the text, and the questions I'm getting from them right now, based on the idea that we asked them to do this job. They came to us and said, okay, how can you help us? So I don't know if there's anyone in this room that hasn't met with the Transportation Workers Union 223 or a representative from there. And they go, we don't understand that. We had 36 senators that committed to support this legislation. And there's 49 of you, and cloture's 33. And now I'm trying to explain to them it's timing. We are running out of time. It's not that those senators that committed to you, I don't believe have changed their position. Not that I've gone back and talked to every one of them. I just don't believe they have. I believe they still support these transportation workers and trying to make sure that they know that we are here to try to help them and the important work they do. You know, assault is the intentional and knowingly causing serious bodily injury. I just can't get over the idea that, as we talked about earlier, we forget about the victim based on the bus driver. And that's what it's going to be very hard to continue to explain to them, that we're not. But at the same time, we've talked about some mental health issues, and they recognize that. That's who told me about the people that have assaulted them some. But then there's just people that are cruel, and they like to intimidate those bus drivers for no apparent reason except cruelty. But it's not just the bus driver now. It's the idea of the people on the bus, the people that they're transporting, and also knowing that they have a routine. They know they're going to be at certain stops at certain times. The person that is actually assaulting them and possibly harassing them before they assault them, they know their schedule. And we have to do something. And I believe all 49 of us want to do something, even though we know 36 believe this is the right step to help those bus drivers. So I want to make sure the Transportation Workers Union 223 understands that I am not giving up on helping them. I don't believe this body will give up on helping them. I believe we will continue to work towards making their occupation as safe as possible while they serve the citizens of their community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Mr. Clerk, for items.
I do, Mr. President. Your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports the following bills as correctly engrossed. Legislative Bill 917A, 1224 or 1024A, excuse me, and LB's 800, 1162, and 1102, excuse me, 1102. All of those reported correctly engrossed. Amendments, Senator Dade 888, Senator John Kavanaugh 921, Senator Flood 709. I have resolutions. LR 441 by the Health and Human Services Committee. That'll be laid over. I have LR 442 and 442 and 443 by Senator Erdman.
and those will be laid over as well, Mr. President. That's all that I have, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Colleagues, pursuant to our agenda, we will now proceed to the 2:30 item, LB 709. Mr. Clerk.
709 is a bill offered by Senator McAllister. It's a bill for an act relating to Occupational Board Reform Act, changes provisions relating to preliminary applications by individuals with a criminal conviction. Introduced on January 5 of this year, at that time referred to the Government Committee, advanced to general file. There are committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator McAllister, you're welcome to open on LB 709.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start by thanking Senator Breezy, Senator Brewer, McDonald, and all of their staff for their help on this bill and the subsequent committee amendment. I'd also like to thank the Platt Institute and everyone in the lobby for being open to me, with me, to discuss the merits of LB 709. LB 709 grew out of the interim study LR 191 conducted last fall. LR 191 was brought to me by a coalition of organizations, including the Justice Center of the Council of State Governments, as a part of what they refer to as their fair chance licensing effort. LB 709 was advanced from committee on a 7-0-1 vote. Fair chance licensing movement recognizes four main principles. First, that almost a quarter of all jobs nationwide, including Nebraska, require some sort of state license. Secondly, many people with criminal records are excluded from occupational licensing, which seems to be merely continued punishment for sentences they have already been completed. Third, a good job and hope for a positive future may be one of the best predictors for whether a person will recidivate and contribute to prison overcrowding. And fourth, many states, including Nebraska, have major workforce shortage issues that could be helped by making it easier for people who have or wish to earn the skills for a licensed occupation to receive that license. LB 709 seeks to amend the provisions found in the Occupational Board Reform Act. LB 299 overwhelmingly passed by this body in 2018 into a more all-inclusive list of best practices. The bill outlines how licensing boards may handle applications for a license from an individual with a criminal record. Licensure in Nebraska today can be overly punitively focused and does not always appropriately allow for an individual freedom from mistakes that they have made years past. The bill takes a more rehabilitative approach to licensure by requiring that only past mistakes directly related to the specific license an individual is applying for are considered. It is also important to note that receiving a license does not guarantee an individual employment, nor does this bill prevent a prospective employer from conducting a full background check on a licensed individual prior to extending an offer to them of employment. Another key element of the bill is removing a licensing board's ability to deny a license based on vague, subjective terms like good moral character or moral turpitude. A board's ability to deny an application in this manner allows for abuses of a board's main power and gives them room to deny an individual with any criminal offenses on their record. Over the course of this bill's life, my office has heard concerns from several licensing boards and state agencies, including worry that some elements of this bill might put their board in conflict with several federal laws. Considering this, we included language in the committee amendment to make it clear that Occupational Board Reform Act shall not supersede federal law, and accordingly, those groups are outside the scope of the bill. There's also a question raised regarding whether or not LB 709 is applicable to liquor licenses. Though an individual is listed on a liquor license, it's my understanding that a liquor license is not considered an occupational license. So these licenses should also fall away from the scope of the provisions of LO 709. Finally, I want to stress that the purpose of licensing is not to protect industry. The purpose of licensing is to protect the public. Public safety is maintained through allowing each board to designate disqualifying offenses that relate to the specific license an individual applied for. LB 709 does not remove a board's ability to rescind a license for cause and is simply intending to allow an individual seeking a license freedom from denial based upon insignificant or unrelated offenses, for example, a DUI from 8 years prior. This bill will give qualified individuals a better opportunity to receive an occupational license in Nebraska despite irrelevant legal issues that in no way affect their ability to perform their desired occupation. With that, I would ask Senator Brewer to open on the committee amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McCollister. As the clerk stated, there are committee amendments from the Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. Senator Brewer, as chair of that committee, you're welcome to open on AM 1936.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Government Committee had a hearing on LB 709 on February 3rd. There were 11 testifiers. Most of them were in support. We had one in the neutral and one in opposition. My staff have worked with Senator McCollister, Senator Breezy, the Platt Institute, ACLU, the Institute for Justice, the unions, and many others on this bill. Our committee amendments make changes to LB 709 based on those conversations. The committee amendment also adds 2 other bills. Senator Breezy's LB 263, which provides standards and rules for transferring an occupational license to Nebraska, and Senator McCollister's 1153, which changes the membership of the state electrical board. These packages were voted out of the government committee, 7 in favor, 1 present not voting. I support this bill because I believe that it gives opportunity for individuals, the opportunity for hard work, whether it's a person moving to Nebraska or a person with a criminal record that wants to work. This bill helps them. The government bureaucracy that gets in the way is a hindrance for those individuals. We do have to protect the public safety, but this is a good balance. But we also have to make sure it's easier for people to come to Nebraska, to work hard, and to provide for their families. I think that the amendments in this package strike that balance. We have a lot of job listings and opportunities in Nebraska. This bill helps fill those. If we're going to grow Nebraska, we need to let folks work. I encourage a green vote on AM 1936 and on LB 709. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Lowe.
I'd like to divide the question.
There's been a request to divide the question. Senator, please describe how you would like to divide the amendment. Could I have Senator Brewer, Senator McCollister, Senator Breezy, and Senator Lowe approach, please? Colleague, the chair rules the amendment is divisible. Mr. Clerk, would you please explain the division to the members of the body?
What's the other one? Just so I know. No, I just need an AM number. Is that it? That's it. Mr. President, pursuant to your order for the division, there will be 2 components of the committee amendments, AM 2787 and AM 2786, based on Senator McCollister and Brewer's conversation, we'll discuss AM 2787 first, which is, Dick? What parts of the committee amendment is this? Do you know? Is this consensus?
Yeah, this is the balance of the committee amendment.
So this is, I think, what we're characterizing as the balance of the committee amendments. Does that make sense, Senator Brewer, to you?
But I guess the question I have is specific then on that AM, which bill is in that? Oh. So to answer that then, LB 263 and 1153 would be the two elements on the AM.
Are there two bills then? Just one? Okay, in this consensus part, you think? Okay, I'm going to let you guys tell, because I don't understand that, so, okay. I believe that's right, Senator, based on what I'm hearing from.
All right, why don't we begin with Senator Breezy on LB 263?
Senator Breezy, you're welcome to open on Amendment 2787.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman Brewer. First, I'd like to thank Senator McCollister, Chairman Brewer, and his fellow members of the Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee for their hard work on this concept and packaging this together to try to get some things across the finish line that could really benefit Nebraskans and can really help us in our efforts to grow our state, expand our workforce, and move our state forward. As Senator Brewer probably indicated, most of the provisions of this amendment, 2787, reflect what was in my LB 263. And so I'm generally going to speak to the portions relative to LB 263 and the concept in there. Generally, that portion of the amendment would require a licensing board in Nebraska to issue a license or certification to an applicant from another state if the applicant holds a license from the other state, which has a similar scope of practice, and if they held it for a year. And I'll talk more about the specifics later, but who are we talking about here? We're talking about a professor in another state that gets a job at UNK, comes to Nebraska, or wants to come to Nebraska, but their spouse is reluctant to jump from their home state because they'd have to spend months or even years jumping through hoops, retaking training, and getting certified all over again just to be able to do the exact same job in Nebraska that they were doing in their home state. So that family decides not to come here. We're talking about a high-income programmer for Google who's working from home and decides he wants to live someplace with a little less traffic than Mountain View, California. Now you say he can work from anywhere, but in reality, he can only work from a home in a state where his wife is able to work. There's very few families who consider making a move if both folks in the household are not able to find work in their home state. And that really is the intent of LB 263, to facilitate those types of movements, to encourage people to come here, make their homes in Nebraska, join our workforce. We're trying to grow Nebraska, grow our workforce, grow our population, and say, hey, Nebraska is open for business. We want you here. We want to be a place where someone can work almost any job without having to spend 6 months or a year or 2 years jumping through needless hoops, earning no income, and rehashing training for a job they've been doing for years. These provisions would allow someone who is credentialed to do a job in another state to do that job in Nebraska if certain conditions are met. Under the terms of AM 2787, the occupational board will issue a license or certification to an applicant if that person holds a license or certification in another state or who holds a military occupational specialty, which has a similar scope of practice as determined by the occupational board for that occupation. And that really is the key, a similar scope of practice as determined by our board. Person also has to have held their license or certification for at least a year, The board in the other state required them to pass an examination or meet educational, training, or experience standards. And if the applicant doesn't have a disqualifying criminal record, and if the applicant hasn't had adverse action taken against them, like revocation of their credentials or voluntary surrender of their credentials. Not all states require licensure for all occupations, and Nebraska's licensing boards would also be able to license or grant certificates in Nebraska to those who come from a non-licensing state if the applicant can demonstrate 3 years of experience practicing in a scope of practice, again, that would be comparable to Nebraska's licensed occupation. This bill really acknowledges that if licensed professionals in 2 different states have similar scopes of practice, then it makes sense that on-the-job experience after licensing in another state probably levels out any differences in hours of training or differences in testing. And note that an occupational board can require an applicant to take a jurisprudential exam if the certification in Nebraska otherwise requires a person to pass such an exam. And these provisions do not prevent the state from entering into a reciprocity agreement. And it's not to conflict with other provisions of statute. And an applicant can appeal an adverse decision pursuant to the APA. And there certainly are exceptions contained in the bill. These would be occupations regulated by the Supreme Court, occupations regulated by the State Electrical Board, occupations regulated by the Nebraska Commission on Law Enforcement, credentials issued for CPAs, and many categories, if not all, of banking and insurance in the banking and insurance industry. And those in the banking and insurance industry already have a system in place allowing them to come to Nebraska and practice through a series of non-residence licensing provisions. And furthermore, banking really has a significant federal component to it. This bill allows Nebraskans to recognize that those people who are building roads, seeing patients, cutting hair, running electricity in new buildings in other states are qualified to do the same thing here. So what this really boils down to is the scope of practice similar. And again, that decision will be left up to the licensing board. And I would offer that we can trust our licensing board to make those decisions responsibly and with accuracy. And I would note that South Dakota, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado have enacted similar legislation. In doing so, they're saying, we want you here. And I don't think Nebraska wants to shackle itself and allow these residents to compare us to our neighboring state saying, well, I think my spouse can get the job there without jumping through the hoops. That's where we're headed. So I think this really is legislation that can move our state forward, bring residents to our state, and grow our state's economy. And everywhere we turn, we hear we have a workforce crisis. This truly is a concept that can help us overcome that crisis. And with that, I think I'm going to yield. I believe Senator McDonald will refer to some provisions in this amendment relative to the electrical board and some provisions that are going to be specific to licensures in the electrical industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McDonald, 255.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Breezy. I want to thank everyone that worked on this with Senator Breezy and Senator McAllister and Senator Brewer and all of our staffs. As Senator Breezy was mentioning about the electrical board and the members of IBW 22 and the IBW 265, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the work they put in to try to come up with a fair compromise. And just to go over the electrical board, we'll maintain 7 members, replace the at-large position on the board with a second journeyman electrician, require that one of the 2 journeymans be affiliated with a labor union, require that the electrical contractor or master electrician be affiliated with the labor union, ensure none of these changes will remove any board members and will take effect at the expiration of a current board membership. So that was some work to make sure that both management and unions were represented. It was a fair compromise. And again, I want to thank everyone that participated in working on this and showed that you really truly can come to the middle and find some some agreeable terms and language that we could all move forward with. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy and Senator McDonald. Mr. Clerk.
Well, Mr. President, I now have amendments to this component. Senator Brewer was the first, 2171. Senator, I understand you wish to withdraw?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Senator. Senator Flood, 2521, a similar note that you'd like to withdraw that. That's what he told us. So then, Mr. President, the First Amendment to this component of the committee amendment, Senator Hickelman, AM 2248.
Senator Hilkeman, you're welcome to open on AM 2248.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I'm offering amendment, I think there's just been a change on that, number 2248, which will amend this committee amendment. My amendment adds a portion of the committee amendment that contains LB 263, which pertains to the uniform light recognition. My amendment will add an exemption for a license under the Uniform Credentialing Act when that licensing board already issues licenses based on reciprocity. For most health professions, if you have a license in another state, you can get a license in Nebraska based on the licensing board's power of discretion. Now, these reciprocity arrangements are deliberately negotiated and considered by the licensing board and for the health and safety of Nebraskans who rely on expertise by the Nebraska license and what it implies. This is incredibly important to the healthcare related fields included under the Uniform Credentialing Act. My amendment would maintain the board's involvement in evaluating what is appropriate to grant a reciprocal license and retain the important health and safety protections included with such board's involvement. This amendment, I think, is in keeping with the spirit of this bill and allowing for license by reciprocity, and I ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Debate is now open on AM 2248. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was a long wait. I was the first one up. I appreciate that. You know, dividing the question then has brought the issue as to how we vote on these. Seems like towards the end, we always try to push several things together that probably wouldn't have made it otherwise. So it's kind of interesting how to decide to vote. I'm going to tell you a story, and maybe this will help you understand how you should vote. There was a couple that was getting married, and they were in front of the preacher, and the preacher asked, as they normally do, said to the husband, to the future husband, do you take this woman for richer, for poorer, for better, for worse? And he hesitated, and he finally said, yes, no, yes, no. And I think that's how we should vote on this bill. Maybe yes, no, yes, no. I'm not sure. I'm going to listen to the debate, but I can tell you this, that the other portion, some portion of this bill has an opportunity for us to prevent employers from going back and researching someone's background to a certain number of years. And I think we need to be very careful about that. And so when we get to that portion, that amendment, whichever one that is, I'll be a no on that one. But I think the one that Senator Breezy described makes sense. And perhaps the one Senator Hilkeman has makes sense as well. But this happens every year. Every year towards the end, everybody is scrambling to get one of their bills attached to something. And so we wind up putting amendments on something that looks germane. And I'm not challenging the germaneness. I'm just saying that's what we do. And so here we are at 2:57.5 p.m. And at 4:30, we're going to move on to the other agenda items, and this will be dead if it isn't resolved by 4:30. So that's the issue we find ourselves in. That's what happened to Senator McDonald's bill about an hour ago. It ran out of time. And so that very well may happen here. When I seen the agenda this morning, I thought that we would make it through this agenda before we ever got to 4:30. But I forgot about all the amendments that people want to put on bills trying to resurrect a bill that they have that would have been dead. So I'll continue to listen. But it looks to me like yes, no is a pretty good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Breezy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly appreciate Senator Hilkeman's comments, and he told me this amendment was going to be put on here. I think it's probably the same as what you had filed earlier. And Senator Hilkeman, would you yield to a couple questions, please?
Senator Hilkeman, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Very good, thank you. And so your amendment would exempt out, do I see, basically the professions under the UCA, the Uniform Credentialing Act, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be roughly 35 professions? Give or take?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. Do you feel that takes away substantially from the intent of this bill or the effectiveness of this bill?
Yes, I do. I think we need to protect the reciprocity. Yes.
Yes, and I agree with you there. I think it does take away. Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. I agree with you that yes, it does take away from the intent and the effectiveness of this bill. And a couple things that, again, I respect Senator Hilkeman, and I know he's always coming from the right place. But here, some of the things that were said, Senator Hilkeman suggested, well, exempting those out will help maintain the board's involvement. But under the terms of these provisions in AM 2787, the board will be deeply involved in this because they're going to have to determine if that person coming from that other state, if they were involved in something that has a similar scope of practice. And that board will make that determination. So the board will have substantial control and authority in how this works. And I think it was also suggested, well, this is important to health and safety. Would Senator Merman yield to a question?
Senator Merman, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Merman, last year, did you introduce LB 390?
Yes, I did.
Yes. And in 390, it's my understanding that I shouldn't say relax, but maybe for lack of a better term, relax the licensing requirement for various healthcare occupations, correct?
Yes, during the pandemic, the governor took off some of the, or at least allowed it easier for many healthcare professionals to move into the state because of the pandemic, and that worked out very well. And the Bill 390 was to continue that way for healthcare professionals to be more easily credentialed in Nebraska.
Okay, and thank you, Senator Merman. And it was really in response to a need for workers in that industry, correct, Senator Merman? Sorry.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. And so, the statement that this exception to AM 2787 found in AM 2248 is important to health and safety. Well, I think last year when almost all of us voted in support of 390, I think we had the health and safety of our residents in mind then also when we made some exceptions to our licensing of healthcare professionals. So I think we do maintain health and safety under the provisions of AM 2787. And going back to 390, we did that, as Senator Murman said, in response to a need for workers in the healthcare industry. What's my understanding, we still have a need for workers in the healthcare industry. And in fact, we have a, thank you, Mr. President. And in fact, we have a workforce crisis in this state. Go out there and talk to folks from the chamber, talk to anybody, go back to your hometowns, go back to my hometown where the local subway is not even open on Sunday because they don't have workers back there. We have a workforce crisis in this state, and provisions like are found in 2787 can help us address the workforce crisis while still maintaining, enhancing, and promoting public safety for Nebraskans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
It'll have their names on it.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate all the work that's been done in this area. Certainly, the workforce shortage that Senator Breezy is talking about is real. It's there across all sectors. Certainly, the medical and the teaching professions are some that we hear about a lot here. Sitting on HHS, we have heard a lot of the concerns about the licensing issues that have come to us, and those are things that we need to work on and continue to solve. I am confused right now, and I will just tell you I am confused. I am confused by the by 263 and what Senator Breezy has brought and what Senator Hilkeman has brought in an attempt to use the consistency of the licensing boards that are there now and how those will work in conjunction with that. And in looking at them, to me, and hearing the comments before Senator Breezy just talked, I thought that was maybe even a friendly amendment that would fix some things there. And I clearly see now that's not an amendment that Senator Breezy is looking forward to seeing up there. So, Senator Breezy, would you yield to a question?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Can you explain again that I'm trying to understand why having the boards involved under Senator Hilkeman's amendment substantially change what you're trying to accomplish in 263?
Well, great question, but AM 2248 would exempt out about 35 different professions, I shouldn't say professions, different occupations from the provisions of 2787. And as I read the UCA 38-129.02, this section provides an additional method of issuing a credential based on reciprocity. Okay, if we're basing on a reciprocity, it seems to me that we have to have a reciprocity agreement with another state, and we don't have reciprocity agreements with every state relative to all those professions. That would be the first concern there.
Okay.
And that would be, I guess that would be the main concern there. And as I look at the language of 38-129.02, it seems to be more restrictive than what we're dealing with here. They have the ability, based on the recommendation of the board, to determine the appropriate level of credential, but they're not comparing under that. They would not be comparing scope of practice to determine whether that scope of practice is similar and then grant a license or credential accordingly. They're saying, well, we're going to look at it, and if things, basically they're giving quite a bit of discretion there in determining the appropriate level of the credential. That's the language of the statute.
So you're concerned, would it be fair to say you're concerned about the broadness of the ability of the board's involvement with that decision compared to the restrictiveness of your position?
Well, they are overly restrictive relative to what we're doing here. I think we can accomplish with these provisions than what is found in 38-129.02. And we can do it in a way that still protects public safety. The board will have an ample amount of discretion in determining whether the scope of practice is similar enough.
Okay.
But again, I think one of the real keys here is the reciprocity provisions that I see there. And this, as I read 38-129.02, it's based upon reciprocity, and we don't have reciprocity with every state relative to these occupations.
On those agreements.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Hilkeman, would you yield?
Senator Hilkeman, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Hilkeman, I was a little bit surprised at your answer to the question that Senator Breezy posed when he was on the microphone, that he thought your bill made a substantial change to his bill. Do you look at what your amendment does as being substantial?
Yes, but what we accomplished what they accomplished, I was the one vote against that particular bill last year on it because I do not like weakening our credentialing processes for our professional health professions. And basically what I see this bill that we're talking about today basically undoes the bill that we did last year.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams, Senator Breezy, and Senator Hilkeman. Senator Hilkeman, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, when I look at this last year, when this bill was talked about, I asked Senator Arch the question, well, where was medicine on this? And he said, oh, they were excluded. And if you remember, I came up with an amendment, and one of the professions that was not excluded was podiatry, and that was an amendment that we added that my profession got excluded. There were other professions that were also in that healthcare that we talked about that we tried to get, and at either rate, that's where we were. If I look at this bill that we're looking at today, we are basically undoing what was done with that particular bill last year. I think it's very important that we not weaken our credentialing boards. Every state has reciprocity standards for their licensing boards, and I think the argument was, do we have one with each and every state? I think that every board has reciprocity standards, and so they don't have to have that with necessarily every state. If you meet those requirements of reciprocity, that's what's important as far as if they're going to have the same standards that we have by these different licensing boards that we're dealing with. I just think it's very important for the professions. It's important for public health that we have standards that every state establishes those standards, and there's reasons that these boards exist. And if you like to listen to podcasts, sometimes you want to hear a very interesting podcast. Listen to one called Dr. Death. It's the story of Christopher Dunch. And this is an individual who has impeccable credentials. But everywhere he practiced, he got in trouble. Eventually, he finally got put in prison because of all the damage that he had done. This is the purpose of our state licensing boards, just because, and that's why we check the reciprocity. There's the book thing that you need to have. You need a check mark. Yes, you went to engineering school, or you went to podiatry school, or you went wherever you attended. That's important. But there's also the other factors about it that within the profession, we need to make sure that these licensing boards do not lose their ability on this whole aspect of reciprocity. And so therefore, that's why I think that I don't want us to go backwards. As I say, I was the lone vote against that bill. I just don't like changing standards that have been established, that have been protecting it. We like to have people come in. I couldn't agree. Generally, these standards are not so
1
much,
minute.
I mean, they're probably similar standards in many ways, but yet each individual needs to be taken into consideration. And it's very important that we keep the reciprocity standards and we keep these boards intact in making those decisions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Colleague Senator Flood would like to introduce 4 students from Lutheran High Northeast in Norfolk. They are seated in the north balcony. If they would please rise to be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Thank you for coming. Returning to debate, Senator McCollister, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Senator Breezy, will you yield to a question or two?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Is it your view, Senator Breezy, that AM 2248 is a friendly or an unfriendly amendment?
From my perspective, it's an unfriendly amendment. I think it partially, or not, maybe not partially, but essentially guts the bill here.
Senator Breezy, do you think this, the amendment 2248 has an impact on the bill that we passed last year by 40 votes, LB 390?
I think it could. I'd have to study that, but it seems inconsistent with that bill. Definitely not in the spirit of that bill.
Well, Senator Breezy, thank you very much. We did a study on whether Senator Hilgeman's amendment would in fact impact LB 390, the Uniform Credentialing Act, at the request of the governor. The bill is an important step toward licensing reform in the spirit of creating a more unified, comprehensive statewide licensing framework during the pandemic. And so I also share the opinion that AM 2248 is an unfriendly amendment, and I would certainly hope you would give it the green or the red light. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McCollister. Senator Bostelman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wondered how it would take apart these guys. I know that I've had some concerns on this bill when we talk about occupational and professional licensing. I think there is a distinction between occupations and professionals. When we talk about professionals and some of this, I know Senator McCollister is going to have an amendment coming up that has addressed some of my concerns with the bill itself. But what I'm hearing now, and I want to talk to Senator Hilkeman here in just a couple minutes, ask him a question here in a couple minutes. I told him I'd be asking him a question a few minutes ago about this. So what I'm hearing right now is professionals being those who take care of our health and safety. And who are those? Those would be our doctors or nurses, others in that profession, the healthcare profession potentially. My concern is on architects and engineers, on construction. We're in this building, make sure that it's constructed the right way, make sure that we have, we're doing the right things. We're not jeopardizing public safety. If it's a road, if it's a bridge, those type of things is what my concerns are. And I think we've addressed that, and we've looked into that, and I'll talk to that a little bit more on the amendment coming up. I think Senator McCollister has. But my question really comes down to the discussion we're having here between Senator Breezy and Senator Hilkeman is, what's the difference between what professions he's talking about and what Senator Breezy's talking about? And one question I have, so I can better understand this, because I think we need to understand who exactly we're talking about. And I wonder if Senator Hilkeman would yield to a question.
Senator Hilkeman, will you yield?
I will.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. And I asked you this before we got on the mic here, and you said there's give or take 35 professions that we're talking about here. Could you tell me give me a good idea of what type of professions are we talking about? What type of interaction with us, with patients or others? Who are we talking about when you're talking about these individuals you want to exempt out?
Well, when you look at this, when you look at the Uniform Credentialing Act, this I understand, certainly would recommend, would include all physicians. It would chiropractic physicians, dentists, physical therapists, occupational therapists, osteopathic physicians, trying to think of all the respiratory therapists, all of those that have a board that checks. Those would be included in the Uniform Credentialing Act.
And so
as far as healthcare professions.
Thank you. And would these individuals we're talking about, are they passing, do some of them take national boards, national exams?
Yes, in almost every instance, in order to get your MD or your DO or your DPM, you do have to pass board standards, and that is correct.
And those are pretty uniform across the states, right?
Those would be uniform across the states. That's correct.
So my question is with this, and maybe Senator Breeze could answer. Thank you, Senator Hilkman. Senator Breeze would answer the question is, since we're talking about nationally testing, national certification, why is this different? If Senator Breeze would yield a question, why do you feel that this, since this is a national boards, national certification, national tests that they're taking, why do you think that this removal of them guts the bill?
Yeah, great question, Senator Bosselman, but I take issue with the suggestion that they're all taking a national board or national standard. You know, one of the categories listed in here under the UCA is massage therapy. Well, I don't think they're taking a national standard, but correct me if I'm wrong. And so to the extent some professions rely heavily on national standards and all states are utilizing those same standards, those are the ones that maybe can make a decent case for getting exempted out of here. But I think a lot of these aren't consistently utilizing a national or a national standard type test.
So have some of those that you're talking about that do have those national standards or tests, were those addressed last year or previous bill? And they're not part of this now?
Yes, in last year's bill, I think looks like we went advanced practice registered
Time,
nurse.
Senators.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bosselman, Senator Hilkeman, and Senator Breezy. Senator Breezy, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. And somebody suggested, or I think Senator Hilkeman suggested, we're undoing 390, and I don't think we're undoing it. We're really kind of expanding on it because we're bringing in more professions. We're making it easier for folks in more professions to move to Nebraska, join our workforce, and help us grow our state. And I think he suggested we don't want to go backwards, but I with all due respect, I do not think this takes us backwards. That board still is going to have plenty of discretion, plenty of control as they try to assess whether it's a similar scope of practice between what those folks are doing in a different state versus what they're doing here. And again, I think things like massage therapy, things like that, I'm pretty sure that they aren't taking a national standardized test, and I assume a lot of those folks aren't either. And again, Senator Hilkeman's amendment is based upon reciprocity, and we do not, I'm pretty confident we don't have reciprocity with all the states on all of these various professions listed under the UCA. And so I think that the AM 2248 guts this bill, guts this amendment, and that is what will take us backwards. We want to move this state forward. We want to move our licensing forward. We want to encourage people to come here like our surrounding states, our neighboring states have done. And to move this state forward, I think we need to make it easier for folks to come here and work, join our workforce, and help us grow our state. And we're going to do it in a way that still protects public safety, as these boards are still going to have to make the determination that they operated their previous job involved a similar scope of practice, along with the training and experience. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I just wanted to rise in general support of Senator Breezy's section of the amendment. I appreciate the work that everyone has done on this. Sounds like it's a complicated issue, but creating a climate that's more welcoming for individuals to move to Nebraska I think is important. And as I listened to Senator Breezy set out an example of a programmer in it was Mountain View, I think is where he said, which I think, I don't know, it's like Google or Apple or one of those companies. I'm not tech savvy, in case you guys don't know that. But I think it's important that, say, a woman in California wants to move to Nebraska for a better lifestyle, and she can work from anywhere, like Senator Breezy said. But her wife can't get a job here, can't get her transfer of her credentials to Nebraska, and we don't want the reason that they don't move here to be that professional hurdle for her. And so I think it's important we eliminate that hurdle and that people make the determinations about moving to Nebraska based on the quality of life and not whether or not they can transfer their professional credentials here. So at this point, I would say I'm supporting Senator Breezy's work on this. And I did ultimately originally got in the queue to support Senator McAllister's bill about making sure that individuals are not prevented from getting a professional license because of their previous criminal record. And I know there were some changes and some amendments on that I don't know if we'll get to, so I'll just take this opportunity to express my support for Senator McAllister's work on that issue. We've had a long conversation about criminal justice in here. We talked a lot about ways that we can reduce recidivism. And one of those is ensuring that people can get a good paying job so they can get a place to live, so they can get insurance, so they can have a productive life and do not have desperation and problematic situations that'll lead to relapses in drug use and other returns to criminal conduct. And so making sure that they can be productive and get a job and not freezing them out just because of a previous mistake is important. But it also is a demonstration that of growth, acceptance of people make mistakes, that they go through the correction system. And by corrections, we mean corrective behavior, and come out a better person, better able to operate in the world. And if we continue to penalize people forever, then there is not an incentive to grow and to be better and to rehabilitate. And so we need to recognize and be accepting of that. And this is one way we do that. So it is good. It's good policy. It's a good idea to make sure that people can get professional licenses despite the fact that they've made a mistake in their past and been through the criminal justice system. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hilkeman, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the question was asked whether this is a friendly or an unfriendly amendment. I frankly don't care whether it's a friendly or unfriendly amendment. I just want to do what's best for the safety and health of our state. I trust our licensing boards with making the decisions that people who are given a license meet the standards that are required to practice that profession within the state of Nebraska. The question is that not all professions have boards. You're right. Not all professions have boards. Those different licensing boards, but they have standards. For a massage therapist, for example, there's got to be standards that they meet for a massage therapist. That may include board certification. I don't know the standards of each and every one of these. I do know that it's very important. For over a decade, I spent time on a credentialing committee for a large insurance company where we evaluated applications every month for people who, and yes, people have, they went to certain medical school, or they went to, not necessarily, we're using medical, but there's all of the healthcare professions were evaluated. If you were on an insurance plan, there are things beyond just what's on that piece of paper. Senator Bosselman, are you still available? But the question I would have, oh, I'm sorry, when he gets back, I'll ask that question. I have not been on, I was never, for example, on the Nebraska, the podiatry examination board. Very capable people were on it. I always trusted that they were the people that were granted license to practice the profession of podiatry have met the minimum requirements that were there, even if they came in from another state. And I also expected that that board would examine that person if there's standards, and then what's this person been doing? And that's part of, Senator Bosselman, would you take a question?
Senator Bosselman, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Bosselman, have you ever been on a credentialing committee for the engineering and architecture? You'd mentioned that. Have you ever been on that credentialing board?
I have not, no.
Okay. Do you, when that board meets, do you think the only thing they look at as far as an applicant that comes in is simply if they check the box of having gone to X, Y, Z, or do you think that they check further into that individual whether they should be licensed in the state of Nebraska?
I would think they would look beyond that, but I can't tell you for sure since I don't sit on the board.
Thank you. Well, I haven't been on that. I'm assuming that's what my board does. And I'm assuming that's part of why we have these. If it was just a matter that you had to have box A checked, box B, you wouldn't really need to have a medical, but you wouldn't need to have a massage, knowing who these people are who are coming into your profession. And that's why we have professionals on these boards. And so I think every board. You said 1 minute?
1 minute.
Okay. I think every licensing board in the state of Nebraska has professionals from their profession. Plus they have a member of the public on there, so that we're not, that public member is very vital to make sure that we're not getting into professional jealousies, making sure that these boards are operating properly. I just can't stress, I know this will be my last time to talk about this, just can't express the importance. Don't water down these board certifications or these licensing. I just think it's bad news. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. This certainly is an important issue as we have watched these, if I look at over the time what we've tried to do to help teachers and the medical people that deal with OFIT and creating a pathway open for them. I wanted to, in your opening, Senator Breezy, I'm going to get to asking you a question in just a minute, but in your opening, you talked about, you used bankers and some other things there. I'd like to go back and be sure I understood what you had in that area. Senator Breezy, would you yield?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Senator Breezy, again, in your opening on the amendment, I believe you talked about some exemptions for certain industries. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Go ahead and
to be a little more precise here, I believe the bill, without looking at the bill itself, the list I have, I think the bill exempts out CPAs, viatical settlement brokers, insurance consultants, insurance producers, managing agents, utilization review agents, surplus lines producer, reinsurance intermediary broker, public adjuster. So when you asked about bankers, I guess maybe I don't see that in there.
Okay. And Senator Clements was good enough to hand this to me, which I will take a look at. Was there a specific reason why these occupations were exempted?
Well, it was purported to me that all of the above really already have a system in place allowing them to come to Nebraska and practice through a series of non-residence licensing provisions. That's what was represented to me. And I think they also have some of them have a significant federal component.
Okay, and that again just continues to add to my confusion here, because what I'm hearing from Senator Hilkeman on the medical side is that they have a process in place that allows them to go through a procedure to get here. But is it a fair interpretation? Well, let me ask this as a question to you. Is it your interpretation that that procedure is too restrictive in its attempt to protect public safety, and under your amendment, it would be easier and we would accomplish a better result?
We need to remember that AM 2248 would exempt out roughly 35 professions, and the current provisions in place we put in place last year with 390 loosens the exemption on 15 or so professions, if that's what you're getting at.
Okay, those that would be exempt, or not exempt, excuse me, the ones that Senator Hilkeman is talking about, those medical professionals under his that are not exempt under yours, the contention that he is making is that there is a procedure in place to get those licensed. I know from sitting on HHS, we had hearings about seeing how that was done and finding out that some of those take a while. Some of them are done very quickly. But under your provisions, if it were adopted without the Hilkeman Amendment, would those things be done in a safe manner, and would they be done in a quicker manner?
Well, I would suggest to you they would be done in a quicker manner and a safe manner. Senator Hilkeman himself suggested these licensing boards. On these boards, there are professionals within that industry. Folks that belong to that industry. I think he called them professionals. They're going to sit on the boards. They're going to ensure that safety is maintained, public safety is maintained. They're going to ensure that we are talking about a similar scope of practice. I think they're going to ensure that public safety is not jeopardized and it's going to be done in a proper manner.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. I'm still listening. I certainly am supportive of the concept of 263 because of the workforce needs that we have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams and Senator Breezy. Senator Pansing Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Nebraskans, here we go again. On the last day of the legislature, we get to talk about the positive experiences that from being in the legislature. And since this is the end of my 8th year, we aren't given all the time in the world to talk about it. So I am going to talk a little bit about the value and friendship. And I've been going through each person within the legislature, each senator, talk about the values of the friendships that I've made here with my legislative colleagues. So I'm looking for who's here. Senator Merman. Senator Merman, I admire your huge heart and your love for family. You've done a really good job teaching us about the struggles of a family that is struggling with, as you say, a profoundly disabled child. Your love and your mission to protect and support your family and your daughter are incredibly apparent, and it's just palpable with you as you walk and as you lead each day in this legislature. And I feel fortunate to get to learn about that from you. It's very generous of you to share that experience, because it's not easy, I know. And I just want to say that I admire you and your wife significantly. I've been fortunate to get to serve on Education Committee with you and get to know you better. So I want to say, Senator Merman, it's been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you. Thank you. Okay, let's see, who's here now? I think what I would like to do, and I hope people will listen, is I don't think we're going to see, from what I hear, Senator Paul's back. So this year at least, or for the rest of this session, maybe if we have a special session. So I would like to say a few things about Senator Pauls. Senator Pauls, if you're by chance listening, We adore your great sense of humor. And, you know, and that includes every day trying to get by your chair in this row. And you giving me grief about how many times I go by or whatever I'm doing. You just bring a bright spot to every part of the day in this body, and we miss you a lot. You are a precious soul. You've got a great head of hair. And I just want you to know we're all wrapping you in love and prayers. You've done so much good in this body and in this legislature. And I know you're going to come back and continue to do that. And I just want you to know that we expect your strength and determination to overcome every struggle at any point. And you'll be back in here soon, maybe tomorrow, I'm hoping, causing the same trouble that you do. All of our love goes to you, and we're just so proud of you and grateful for you and for your leadership in the schools and the lifelong impact you have had and that you have made on thousands of lives. So Senator Pauls, it has been an incredible honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you, my friend. I hope our paths continue to cross.
1 minute.
Okay, then thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't intending to talk again, but then I had a side conversation with Senator Hilkeman, who's been, well, this is his amendment, and he's talking about a lot of things. And it hadn't even occurred to me that I am a person who transferred a professional license into Nebraska. I took the bar in a different state and then had to admission waive into the state of Nebraska after that. And had to make sure I submitted my test results from the proof that I had been, or no, I had to prove that I admitted to the bar in another state in good standing, that I had taken the multi-state ethics exam and passed that with a high enough score, and then had to do character and fitness and pay, I can't remember what it was, the state of Nebraska's, or the Bar Association of Nebraska, and then they had to look into me and confirm that all of the information I give them. I think I had to give them proof, my transcript or something showing I graduated from a accredited law school as well. And they processed all that, and I sent it in, and I think in May, and was admitted by August or September. And that was when I decided to move back to Nebraska, got admitted, had to get into the bar here and move back with my wife, who also had a job here, but we moved here for the quality of life, and the admission, getting admitted to bar in Nebraska was a hurdle, but it wasn't prohibitive to me moving here, which I think is important, because if I couldn't have gotten admitted to the state of Nebraska, I would have had to probably take the bar again, which would have been too cumbersome and make me think twice about moving back here. And we don't want that to be the hurdle. I now have moved back here, lived here for a decade, have 4 children here, work here, my wife works here. And so the hurdle to moving back here, the reason we moved back was quality of life, and the professional licensing situation is not the thing that it didn't get in the way, but it could have if it was too cumbersome a process and that I wasn't able to get admitted. So that struck me, and I appreciate Senator Hilkeman raising that question to me to make sure that I thought that through. But again, I'm generally supportive of making sure that individuals can move here without that burden, because they see how great a state Nebraska is. They see the quality of life, they see the cost of living, the quality of the schools, and the quality of our communities, and they say, I want to move there. And they don't look and then say, oh, but my professional license won't transfer, or it'll be very difficult to get my professional license transferred there. I actually use the other example. I know a friend of mine, he was a medical professional in another state, moved to Nebraska with his husband and their child, and his husband works remotely for a financial company, and he is a medical professional, had to transfer his license here. And so because of quality of life, that's where they wanted to raise their son. and they had to work on that transfer of their professional license. So we want that not to be a hurdle for people. I appreciate the work of Senator Breezy on this particular issue, but I would yield whatever time I have remaining to Senator Hilkeman if he would want it.
Senator Hilkeman, 115.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Would Senator Kavanaugh yield to a couple of questions?
Senator Kavanaugh, will you yield? 1 minute.
Yes.
So as a professional, I think you and I had this conversation. You said for the law profession, you are under the Supreme Court. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Bar Association and the Supreme Court.
And so I know I have 3 lawyers in my family as through in-laws and kids, and I know that they're recognized into the bar in each of their states. How is that determined that they can go from state to state?
Well, so in my case, I took the bar in a different state, and I waived into Nebraska is what we call it. And every state has a different standard for a waiver, and Nebraska's is you have to basically be in a state that accepted Nebraska, I think, as a waiver state, and you had to be in good standing. And generally, you have to have either practiced for 5 years.
Senators.
I've got.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Hilkeman. Senator Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still not quite clear as to what Senator Hilkeman's, what occupations are affected by that. Would Senator Hilkeman yield to a question?
Senator Hilkeman, will you yield?
I will.
I see your amendment is going to exempt a credential issued by an occupational board under the Uniform Credentialing Act, which issues credentials based on reciprocity, but it doesn't really list the occupations. Do you have an example of who that is?
Yes, Senator. Yes, Senator, I do, and thank you for giving us the heads up. We got the list here, and I will give some of those, and then stop me when you want me to. The Advanced Practice of Registered Nursing Practice Act, the Alcohol Drug Counseling Practice Act, the Athletic Trainers, Audiology, Speech Language Pathology, Certified Nurse Midwife Practice Act, Certified Registered Nurse Anesthetist Practice, Chiropractic, Clinical Nurse Specialist, Cosmetology, Electrology, Aesthetics, the Dentistry, the Dialysis, Emergency Medical Services, Environmental Health Specialists, Funeral Directors, Genetic Counseling Practice, Hearing Instrumentation, Licensed Practical Nurses, Massage Therapy, Medical Nutrition Therapy, Medical Radiology, Medicine and Surgery, Mental Health Practice, Nurse Practitioner, Occupational Optometrist, Podiatry, Psychologist, Respiratory Care, Surgical First Assistant, and Veterinary Medicine. Those are some of those, shortening them up.
Okay. Wow, that is a wide swath from doctors and midwives to funeral directors. I thought maybe we were just talking about physicians, but athletic trainers I heard was in there. Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. I then was looking in that same section that he is amending, similar to what Senator Williams was talking about. It has certified public accountants, insurance consultants. Would Senator Breezy yield to a question?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
I see certified public accountants in there, and my understanding was that they have a national exam standard that they qualify with. I'm just wondering if you knew why they would be under an exemption here.
Yeah, and I think that's why they are exempt here, because there is a national component to their testing, and they typically have a standardized nationally standardized test that they utilize.
I see. Well, then insurance consultants and insurance producers. I am an insurance producer in Nebraska, but my license or my exam was just a Nebraska exam, not a national one. And do you know why then that's a non-national
Well,
occupation would be included?
Yeah, it was represented to me that they do have a system in place allowing them fairly easy access to the labor market here, or to
All right.
the licensing provisions, I should say.
All right, I know that I have looked into selling in other states.
1
and I would
minute.
have to be licensed as a non-resident agent in other places, but I really haven't ever tried to do that to see how that is, so that your bill would not affect me as a producer any differently than what it currently is. Is that right?
That would be my understanding.
All right. Okay, well, I think the Hilkeman Amendment is more broad than I want to accept. So I'm going to be opposed to AM 2248, but I do like the rest of the 2787 from Mr. Senator Breezy. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Pansing Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as a reminder to Nebraskans, we get on the last day to talk about our positive experiences, and it's not all the experiences in the world, or not all the time in the world to talk about it. So I want to talk about, again, some of the friendships and value of the people with whom I've been fortunate to get to work. So next, seeing who's here, Senator Slama. Senator Slama, I am really grateful for your willingness to work with me on various issues, but specifically on human trafficking. And we have found consensus and ability to work together to help some of the most vulnerable people in our state. That includes young girls and boys. It includes some of our first people. And of course, people of color are more vulnerable to this as well. So I really appreciate your helping these victims, and I hope you'll continue to do some of that great work. And I really appreciate it. You are smart, determined. You are a really hard worker, and that's evidenced by the fact that you're going to law school and working in the legislature. I'm not sure how anybody can do all of that. Law school for me was more than enough. So it's pretty impressive. And besides that, you always wear great shoes. So, of which I'm pretty jealous. But anyway, I just want to thank you, Senator Slama. It has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you in the legislature. Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Stinner, is he back there? Okay, Senator Stinner, you are an amazing man with incredible successes in your life. It's actually really fun to watch you, from being a Husker star to a successful banker to the appropriations chair, and really, cracking the whip and getting us all to fall in line. You are an all-around great guy. You are a hard worker. You have a brilliant mind. You're married to one of the fabulous women of the world. I did try to get Rita to sing one of the prayers when I was going to stand up and do the prayer in here, but that was vetoed, unfortunately. But gosh, it would have been great. We should have her singing at something or another. But Senator Stinner, you really are remarkable, and what you know and what you're able to add to this body during these past 8 years has been incredible. I feel fortunate to be able to call you my friend, and will hope to continue to do so, you and Rita. And I just want you to know that it has been a true honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you, Senator Stinner. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
150.
150? Oh, okay. Some people are here and some aren't. Okay, I'm going to yield my time for a minute. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized.
Question.
Senator Aguilar, you are last in the queue. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hilkeman, you're recognized to close on AM 2248.
Thank you for the discussion today. And I really appreciated the question that Senator Clements offered, and it was good to go through that list of how many different professions are actually in the uniform credentialing. When you go through, every state has their standard for these different professions. And they have a reason for those standards. If they didn't have them, they would not have it. So I think that it's not unreasonable that that people coming in, if you have a massage therapist, you understand that massage therapist has the same basic credentials as any massage therapist in the state of Nebraska. And or in the sense of funeral directors, if you were in the funeral home business and you had a funeral director that was coming in, you would expect that they would have the same credentials or the same standards if they are coming from California that you have in Nebraska, or at least you would know what that difference was. So I think it's important that we maintain our autonomy as a state to make sure that these people meet the requirements that we have in the state of Nebraska or its equivalency. And a lot of times, the boards, I know, they'll look at it, they'll say, well, that's equivalent, and so that's why they'll to it. They may have different board standards. This does not just involve, I certainly approach it from the medical profession aspect of it, but it's important that we look at each of these boards. And folks, I understand trying to make things easier, but I also understand if you get a bad apple in your profession, it's hard to get rid of that bad apple in your profession. And that's why we have boards. Let's not water down our processes. We've served Nebraska well. Our boards have Nebraska's health and safety standards #1 in their requirements. And therefore, I ask a green vote for this amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. The question before us is, shall amendment to the committee amendment AM 2248 be adopted? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Senator Hilkeman.
Can we have a call of the House?
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
18 ayes, 4 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Hilkeman.
Could we have a roll call vote in regular order?
Certainly. Senators Wayne, Senator Matt Hansen, Senator Albright, Senator McCollister, Senator Flood, Senator Bostar, Senator Hunt. The House is under call. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2248 to LB 709. There's been a request for a roll call vote in regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting no. Senator Albright, voting no. Sir Arch, Sir Blood, voting no. Sir Bostar, not voting. Sir Bostelman, voting yes. Yes, thank you, Senator. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Sir Brewer, voting no. Sir Breesy, voting no. Sir John Kavanaugh, not voting. Sir Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Sir Clements, voting no. Sir Day, Sir DeBoer, not voting. Sir Dorn, voting yes. Sir Erdman, Sir Flood, voting no. Sir Friesen, voting no. Sir Geist, Sir Gregert, Sir Holleran, voting no. Sir Ben Hansen, Sir Matt Hansen, not voting. Sir Hilgers, voting no. Sir Hickelman, voting yes. Sir Hughes, voting no. Sir Hunt, not voting. Sir Jacobson, voting no. Sir Coulterman, voting yes. Sir Lathrop, Sir Lindstrom, voting no. Sir Linehan, Sir Lowe, voting no. I'm sorry, not voting. Thank you. Sir McCollister, voting no. Sir McDonald, voting no. Sir McKinney, voting no. Sir Moorfeld, Sir Moser, voting no. Sir Merman, voting no. Sir Pauls, Sir Pansy Brooks, voting no. Sir Sanders, Sir Salama, voting no. Sir Stinner, voting yes. Sir Vargas, Sir Walls, not voting. Sir Wayne, voting yes. Sir Williams, voting yes. Sir Wishart. 8 ayes, 20 nays, Mr. President, on the amendment.
AM 2248 is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for next amendment. I raise the call.
Mr. President, Senator McCollister, AM 2707.
Senator McCollister, you're welcome to open on AM 2707.
Just a second.
I believe, Senator McCollister, you want to withdraw is that right? Okay.
It is withdrawn.
Senator Flood would move to amend with AM 2791.
Senator Flood, you're welcome to open on AM 2791.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members. This is a a simple amendment from that I've agreed to with Senator McCollister, and I'll give him time here in a moment, that essentially exempts the realtors and the architects and engineers. And the intent was to include also the Department of Banking and Finance, although with the division, I'm waiting to get a look at this on my gadget. I will give the rest and balance of my time to Senator McCollister. This is something that he and I have been working on, I'd say, for the better part of 2 weeks. And I must admit, he's put far more effort into this than anything I have, and I would yield him the balance of my time.
Senator McCollister, 910.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Flood, a lot of effort without result, unfortunately. The first division that we had when we divided the bill up, Senator Breezy's 263 related to the military portion of the bill, and mine related to the punitive actions that would be no longer considered. And when the division occurred, that section of the bill that related to the bankers, the real estate agents, the engineers, the real estate folks, as I mentioned, that carried over back into 709. So I think that's the answer to your question, Senator Flood.
Thank you, Senator McCollister and Senator Flood. Debate is now open on AM 2791. Senator Breezy, you're recognized.
Yes, I need to, Senator Flood, would you yield to question?
Senator Flood, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
I didn't catch this. This exempts out engineers, architects, and realtors, correct?
Engineers, architects, and it's the intent of our compromise to also exempt out members, folks who work for the Department of Banking and Finance. But I don't believe that this specific amendment does that with the division. I think it just deals with the engineers and architects and the realtors.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I stand in support of this amendment. I agree there. Engineers, architects, they made a good case previously as to why their situation is unique. Same with realtors. And I do support pulling them out. So this is a friendly amendment. I'm going to support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Breezy, are you done? Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Bosselman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do as well support this amendment wholeheartedly. I think it's a good amendment to have in there, and let me explain a couple of reasons why. Obviously, on the architect engineers side of things, I've talked with Senator Breezy and Senator McCollister quite a bit about this, and to explain a little bit more in more depth, perhaps, as to why this does fit in here. It's educational level. So the State Board of Architects and Engineers do an extensive review on applications. Actually, majority of the licenses they do have are out-of-state licenses, so they do a lot of reciprocity and do have work with other states, licenses come engineers or architects out of other states. Education is a big part of it. One of the things they do look at is ensure they have education, what their degrees are in, and they do check that. They do look at their experience level. Those engineers have to have at least 4 years of experience that's documented, and they submit this to the board. And that 4 years is experience work underneath a licensed person, a licensed individual. They also take a national exam, which is key and important to what, especially what Senator Breezy is concerned about. There is a national exam that they must take, which is a part of the review process. And they also have to, in their application, there's a detailed application that does come in to the board that they do take a look at, as well as references. They do have to have references. So the board does take a look at all of these things when they look at this. So it is a national application in the sense that they do take that national exam. They do have to have that education and experience level. I do believe that in the rare case that someone is not degreed in, say, a discipline within engineering, they have to have at least 15 years of experience in that field. And that is a look that the board does take. So they do require or look at several things that all states look at with this, with the national exam being a part of that. I think that's a key part of what it is. I do appreciate the opportunity and the work that Senator McAllister, Senator Breezy both done on this. They both looked at this pretty extensively and understand that this is something that does fit within the an area that that is looked on the national level with the national exams and other things. So with that, I do appreciate the amendment. I urge you to vote green on AM 2791. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bosman. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I really believe that this bill is well intended, but I think still has a lot of flaws. I do get concerned about, particularly I look at it from a banking perspective, but I look at a number of my customers who also deal with currency. When you start looking at more that's happening electronically, I do have some concerns about, are we doing the right kind of vetting in order to prevent white collar crime to continue to be a problem in not just the banking industry and not just in the insurance industry, but also securities and so on. So that's where my indigestion is at on this particular bill. I certainly want to see a path forward for those who are released. I do think the current statutes do provide for a process whereby those who have gotten out and truly have performed can be exempted in the current statutes that are there today. So I do get concerned about how much further we try to move this, given that there are issues that are out there and that there's a certain amount of licensing and oversight that needs to happen. This is not something that I know the Department of Banking is supportive of, and that's why it also creates a lot of indigestion for me. So at this point, I can't really support the underlying bill, although I would be supportive of the amendments. I don't think I can get comfortable with the underlying bill, even with the amendments. With that, I'd be more than happy to share my time with Senator Brooks, Patty Pansing Brooks, if she would like to continue some of her discussion. So Patty Pansing Brooks, I would yield my time to you.
Senator Pansing Brooks, 305.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Thank you, Mr. President. So again, just to remind people, I am going through and talking about each of my colleagues because on the last day we get to talk about positive experiences, but as you can see, this has taken a lot of time and you would not have been very happy with me going through this in one moment. So anyway, onward. I would like Senator Walz. Senator Walz is a true friend and she is trustworthy to a fault, if that's possible. You can always trust her word no matter what happens or what she says. She doesn't have a duplicitous bone in her body. Once she says something, that's that. And she brings joy to each of us who enters her circle. She has a heart of gold and cares about all the big issues: kids, schools, people on the margins, people in need. She's been an incredible education chair. I've lived through a couple. And I'm so grateful that she has been the education chair. She's dedicated and has brought brilliant changes to our body in TIOSA. Talk about courage. To be able to take on what Senator Rakes did years ago and have the gumption and gall to say, we can change this for the better, and work on it for a year and a half and bring these brilliant changes forward that support and help all the schools around the entire state. She's an amazing woman and so strong, but unfortunately it fell on deaf ears this year. I think it's crazy. I think it was incorrect, but anyway, this is about my darling friend, Senator Walz.
1 minute.
She's done all sorts of giant measures and she's done the research, and She really is a woman of what I call the three S's, an overwhelming sense of humor, or an outstanding sense of humor, a strong faith, and she has stunning kindness to all people. And I love her husband, Chris, and her beautiful kids. And Senator Walz, what a joy and honor it has been to serve the people of the state of Nebraska with you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks, and you are next in the queue. You may continue.
Is Senator Sanders here? Is she? Do you see her? No? Okay. I have to wave for a minute. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pansing Brooks waived. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Flood, you're welcome to close on AM 2791.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the exemption of the realtors and the engineers and architects, and I hope to get to the staff at the Department of Banking and Finance to urge your green vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2791. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
25 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment.
AM 2791. Mr. Clerk.
I have a priority motion, Mr. President. Senator Hickelman would move to recommit Legislative Bill 709 to committee.
Senator Hilkeman, you're welcome to open on your recommit motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. During the whole conversation on this bill, we've talked, I think there's a lot of confusion on this bill. I'm not sure everybody understands, we've had the, what bills or what organizations are under the Uniform Credentialing Act. I think we need some time to think about this bill. So that's why I brought this in. The other day when Senator Erdman was talking about his tax bill, as you remember, I think I made the comment to him that it seemed to me that maybe that LR was not quite ready for prime time. And I know that it's very hard for me to talk about this bill being brought by my good friend, John McAllister. And we have had a wonderful 8 years together working with this. But I think that there are enough questions on this bill that we need to send it back to committee. There have been so many different add-ons, and this bill takes, this amendment takes care of this. This amendment takes care of this. The electricians are off over here. We've got physicians over here. So what we have is we sort of have a hodgepodge, and frankly, I'm not sure what we have here. So I think this is one of those times. Let's take time. One of the things that I've learned, and I think it's really important when we make legislation in this state, the decisions that we make, if they're a bad decision, it can take 33 people to overturn or to make that decision right again. And therefore, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that's one of the things that I talk with when I have my coffees and conversations, how absolutely vital it is that I think we get things right. Because the standard to change things in this body is high. We've gone through this session particularly. We're always, it seems, the only major votes we ever do anymore are cloture votes. Do we have enough for cloture? I cannot. The first 2 years that I was part of this body, we had some huge issues, and I might have to look at my good colleagues my classmates. I think we had maybe 3 cloture votes the first year. We had one on the gas tax. We had one on 609, I think. And interestingly, I tell people one of the things that we did that first 2 years was to eliminate the death penalty. And interestingly enough, we never had a cloture vote on the first round on the death penalty vote. And so that tells you how this body has changed. Now we have a cloture vote talking about budgets, talking about virtually anything. And I would hope that as we move forward, this is going to be one of my probably last times on mic. I don't know if there's anything else coming up that I'm not passionate about. But it's important that we get it right. And I think this has gotten confusing. I'm sorry, Senator Breezy says he thinks that these are taken care of, these are not taken care of. I think it's important that we all know what we're doing before we make the decision to advance this bill. And that's why, let's send it back to the committee. The committee can work on this bill. It can be revised. If it doesn't get done this year, let's do it. It can be done next year. But let's make sure that the bill is done properly. And so therefore, that's why I brought this recommit motion into it. You know, I see Senator Pansing Brooks just walk by in front of us. I have loved what you have done by talking about all of the friends that we've had. And I can say that this experience, these 8 years of serving in the Nebraska Legislature, have been the honor of my life. And I remember a very good friend of mine when I was considering running for this, who I'd known in my church, and I was actually there to try to get a donation to help with my campaign. And he knew a lot about me because we'd worked together on committees at church. He said, you know, you've had your great career. Now this will be kind of the pinnacle that you could put on your career. Well, Marshall, I remember that when you said that. And so as I look forward to the next step, Julie and I are looking forward to spending time together. And we spent about 6 months at a place called the Villages in Florida last year. And we found that, you know, we're pretty doggone good friends. I mean, that's the reason we made 50 some odd years together, 52 years together. And we're looking forward to many more years coming up. But I would hate to leave this body with not of watering down the credentialing process. I have fought for this from the very beginning. Any bill that deals with credentialing, that deals with standards, there's a reason that we have standards. I started off my career as a teacher in Table Rock, Nebraska. Guess what? I had to meet the standards for teaching, and they're very specific. And so you meet those particular standards. When I entered my profession of podiatry and finished up my residency program, I had to go through the board certification process, or the board process, and then later on board certification. When I hired new podiatrists into my office, I wanted people that I knew that had been licensed by this state of Nebraska, that they met the standards that are required for the state of Nebraska, and that they didn't get a degree somewhere else. That's important. I think any employer that works with people, whether you're hiring beauticians or clinicians or whatever else you want to make certain that those persons are well trained. And you know what the training is that you've had to get into the state of Nebraska, and you would expect that of a new person coming into your practice that you're going to hire. And as I understand this because you call yourself a technician in Kansas doesn't mean that you meet the same standards that are required in the state of Nebraska. And therefore, I think that because this is so important that we get this right, that's why I think we should send this back to the committee. And I'm thinking over an 8-year period of time, I don't think I've ever used this motion. I don't think I've ever had a bill that I think is that no one truly understands what's being attempted here in this bill.
1 minute.
And so I would ask that committee to go back and consider it. And again, the privilege to serve in this state, one of the things that when I ran, I said I was really concerned about safety, public health, as I have worked hard to get seatbelts as primary offenses, texting. Those are some things that I've tried. Unfortunately, I'm leaving this body, and a lot of those have not changed. The one thing that we were able to do is to keep those helmet in places on motorcycles, and I don't know how many lives down the years that we've saved, but those are some things that were very vital and important to me. And I would hate to think that we change the credentialing standards such
Time,
that.
Senator. That's
Thank
time.
you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're welcome to close on your recommit motion.
Thank you. In this process, we certainly have times when we feel that we have days when we think we've done good things for this body. We've had days when we've been disappointed, and I've had days when I've had bills that I've lost. I've had some bills that I got just enough for cloture. And so as I look at this bill today, I think it's important that we maintain strong standards. I don't think that's just for today, it's going forward. We've seen an effort to lower the standards, and I understand we've had the COVID. Not everything that we've done for the COVID, I think, has been good. Lowering standards is not one of the things that I think we should be doing. And therefore, while we want to have people coming into the state, we want to make certain that those people meet the standards. When you go to see a massage therapist, you want that massage therapist to be trained. You want to have that massage therapist have the minimum that's required to be in the state of Nebraska, not that they called themselves a massage therapist in some other state and came in and said, I'm a massage therapist. If you've ever worked with professionals, not all professionals are the same. And folks, we want to get the very best. We want people in the state of Nebraska, but we want people that meet the minimum standards. And therefore, I urge that we send this back to committee. The committee can work on it. If we don't get it through this year, then it can be dealt with next year. You know, we send mixed messages, and going to bring up a bill that was just passed yesterday on the education. We're lowering standards, trying to lower standards, but yet we put up barriers for the education people yesterday. And I tried to point that out, that we're not going to bring in new teachers with that. We created more barriers. So where are we? Are we going to be a state that lowers standards, or are we going to be one so I want some consistency. And so I'd ask the committee to look at this and reword it, and let's see if we can move this forward. And therefore, I'm asking a green vote on this particular motion. So we'll send it back to committee. With that, I would ask that we have a call of the House. We have a call of the House.
Senator Hilkeman, according to the agenda, we will move on to the next bill at 4:30. Do you wish to continue with the call of the House and a vote?
If you're going to the next, if we're going to the next gen, I'll forego the call of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hiltman. Colleagues, according to our agenda, we will move on to LB 1144. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the first bill select file 1144. Senator, I have E&R amendments pending.
Senator Slama for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the E&R amendments to LB 1144 be adopted.
Colleagues, you've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Kennedy.
All opposed, nay. E&R amendments are adopted.
Show floods as select file amendments on this bill, please. Mr. President, the next amendment I have, Bill Senator Friesen, AM 2679.
Senator Friesen, you're welcome to open on AM 2679.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to introduce AM 2679 to LB 1144. This is a very simple amendment that makes sure that Nebraskans have access to cellular service. As cellular companies invest dollars in new towers and updated and improved service, we need to make sure that the timelines for permitting and fees they face in doing so are reasonable. That's all we're asking here is reasonableness. This language was originally introduced as LB 520. As amended here, it has been changed to comply with many of the requests from cities and counties. We have exempted Omaha and Lincoln, and the bill does not apply to public power or the universal service process that they use for permitting towers and equipment are quite easily to comply with. It does include a sunset on September 30th, 2026. Without this bill in place, we have one bad actor that's operating in certain Nebraska communities that is charging as much as 30 times the fees that other municipalities are charging. The permitting process has been dragged out for months, and we're driving cellular providers away from communities who need this the most. This bill puts into state law what is already required by federal law. Unfortunately, we have players in Nebraska who are not willing to follow the federal requirements, and we are hoping that adopting this law at the state level will make the process more usable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Debate is now open on AM 2679. Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, I stand in support of LB 1144, but I am opposed to AM 2679. I was asked by a lobbyist, to be really frank, to support the bill, and I thought at first I was in support of it until I started researching it. And I was happy to hear Senator Friesen say that it's basically codifying what's already in federal law, but I think it's a workaround because I feel, and to be really frank, I don't think anybody can deny that it's a workaround, is that there are already laws in place. The Federal Communications Commission had a ruling on it. There's the Spectrum Act of 2012 that I found. And then if you look at the FCC fact sheet from May of 2020, To me, it looks like reading our bill and then reading the federal information, which took a couple hours, that we're trying to either give bias or a workaround to maybe some of the companies that are trying to move into other communities. And I am empathetic because broadband is so important, but at the same token, I don't know if it's necessary for us to get involved in these disputes. And I'm personally going to vote no because there is already federal law that protects our communities and sets these guidelines. And I don't think trying to tweak and work around what they've set into their guidelines is something that we should be doing as a state. I feel that whenever we have people that are vendors that are unhappy, we have a tendency to come here with requests for changes in statutes because we want to appease them. And they're telling us, hey, if you do this, we can get things done faster. We can get things done easier. But if you look at the federal guidelines, if they're not getting it done and there's people who are preventing things from moving forward and we're saying that we can force them to do it just by codifying something, I think that's malarkey. So, I am empathetic. I support the underlying bill, but I do not support workarounds. And so I am actually going to vote no. And I think you really need to start reading federal guidelines before you vote for something like this, friends, because it starts here and where does it end? If we don't trust that the federal government can do communications guidelines that we are able to support, then we need to get different people in federal government. And I don't think that's the issue today. The issue today is that this is a workaround. We're trying to appease, I think, one or two vendors who are trying to find a way around it to their benefit. And I don't think that that's Senator Friesen's intent, but I do think the vendors that are going through lobbyists to have this amendment, that's their intent. And that's their job, and I don't fault them, but I'm voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of AM 2679 as I continue to look at the communities in the 42nd District and really all of the 3rd Legislative District. We've got a lot of smaller communities, but we have a lot of rural areas. Broadband is critically important. We've got to be able to streamline this process. We can't get stonewalled by certain groups that want to hold up the expansion of our broadband needs. We've got some funding that's coming to make this happen. This is critically important in my mind to be able to clear the slate, let us get this broadband pushed out. We've fallen behind too much in the 3rd Legislative District and in our 42nd District. And I want to do everything we can to lower the barriers, continue to push forward, get broadband to everyone that we can throughout the district and really throughout the western part of the state. So I would encourage you to vote in favor of AM 2679 and the underlying bill 1144. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, members, and thank you for recognizing me there, Mr. President. I was out visiting with some of our colleagues in the rotunda. It is this amendment. May I ask Senator Friesen some questions?
Senator Friesen, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator Friesen, your amendment here, AM 2679, is in response to a situation where some communities in the state have passed on fees to a applicant for what kinds of services?
So there's a third-party consulting service that is charging these exorbitant fees.
And what would the applicant be applying for from the city that would pay these fees?
So you might be applying for changing out the equipment from 4G to 5G. You might be wanting to change antennas, things like that. Just changing boxes mounted on towers. Part of this process is also the fees for permitting towers, but we're not, I don't think we're changing much. We're trying to speed up the timeline. So this is, anytime you work on a tower, you're required to get a permit, I think, to make changes to a tower. And so these are the permits that are required. For instance, I think it's FirstNet that's out there that has to change out some of the Chinese manufactured equipment inside the boxes and has to replace it with other equipment. They're on a strict timeline. Permits would be required to change that equipment.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Members, I think we have to apply a reasonableness standard to what happens when it comes to making sure that our cities are keeping up with technology. I don't know that what Senator Friesen is proposing is the absolute answer, but I do know that technology moves quickly and communities get passed over when they become more or less difficult to work for or work with. And the public has a vested interest in making sure that radio frequencies are on par, that they are safe, that they're not emitting radiation. We have to make sure that frequencies are coordinated so that fire and police, paging, and radio communications aren't interfered with. I've had several situations where we transmit at 846.5 megahertz a special audio stream to a larger tower where it's then received through a studio transmitter link decoder, and our frequency can be off or a cellular system frequency can be off, and it impairs both of those. So I absolutely understand this from multiple levels. One, it's important to have a structural integrity study to make sure that the tower can accommodate the hardware that's actually hung from the tower. It's important to make sure there's a frequency coordination analysis done so that you are on the right frequency so that you don't have interference. It's important to know who the contact person is if there's a problem. These are all things that Senator Mosier, actually, you may find this interesting. He understands radio frequency and he understands modulation and he understands what's happening. But I will also say you have to balance that with the interest of making sure that consumers, citizens are getting the benefit of the best technology possible. And I think, as I understand it, senators in here, including Senator DeBoer, have been very active in trying to find a common ground. And I think that a common ground without a statute being changed is in the best interest of everyone. If a statute does have to be changed or modified, or there has to be some limits, I think it's worth having that conversation. But we have to make sure that at the end of the day, our communities have a plan, that they're safe, that there's frequency coordination, but that you can also make both ends work so that you can actually get new technology into a community and there's not a barrier. So I'm going to ask more questions. I'm going to work with some of the interests that are present here today and look forward to finding a solution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I too kind of am trying to get to some more information in this area, including that I was under the understanding that I, from as close as I can be as an outside observer, that there was some movement on a compromise that I don't think has come to fruition. So I guess let me just start by getting that on the record. Would Senator Friesen yield to a question?
Senator Friesen, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. So just to clarify, this amendment is the provisions largely of LB 520, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and LB 520 hasn't come out of committee?
No, it has not.
Okay, and can you give us a summary of who testified for and against that, since we don't have a committee statement?
In general, the League of Municipalities was opposed to it. Would pretty well summarize it.
All right, that's pretty straightforward. All right, thank you, Senator Friesen. Would Senator DeBoer yield to a question?
Senator DeBoer, would you yield?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Kind of similar question that I asked Senator Friesen. Can you give me a summary of who was kind of for and against LB 520 in committee?
Actually, I've been working on this so long, I can't even remember who was in the committee, but I can tell you who is now. How's that?
That'd be great.
I think that the proponents tend to be telecoms that would like to use these replacing permits, get them, and the people who are opposed tend to be counties, cities, that kind of thing, League of Municipalities.
Okay. And so specifically, what is the cities or what is the political subdivisions? Is it a matter of local control? And if so, kind of what's at the crux of the issue?
So my understanding of their concerns is that it is a chipping away at their local control over their own right of way, because it tells them the manner in which they must do the permitting for these replacement boxes or technologies. And now I forgot what I was saying. So what was
That's I appreciate the Senator Bohr. I think that's good enough to at least get me up to speed. So thank you for answering that question. Colleagues, I'm going to kind of keep looking at this issue. I am hesitant to kind of wade into this issue. And again, a thank you to Senator DeBoer and Senator Friesen for answering my questions. As I understand it, there was some attempts to get to a compromise, but I don't think we've been there. For those in the body who've remembered, we've had some of these issues come up from time to time again that I've been involved with, including the ability to access rights of ways and other things that I've been looking at. I don't want to break open old debates, but I worry that we're falling back into some of the, I believe it was the 5G small cell wireless boxes and who can touch what on what telephone pole and how fast you have to approve what and who gets to pay who, which even to the limited extent that I got involved in some of those debates was levels and levels of bureaucracy and confusion and different rights away and different things like that. So I would say going forward, looking forward, I would be hesitant to support AM 2679, especially if the League of Municipality and other cities are opposed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. Senator Blood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still stand opposed to AM 2679 and LB 1144. And I would ask that Senator Jacobson yield to a question, please.
Senator Jacobson, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator Jacobson, I was writing down as you were speaking, so I had a clear understanding. One of the things you said is that you felt that this amendment would remove barriers. And I agree that it's important to remove barriers, that we can expand broadband. In fact, I think we should be ahead of what's going to happen in 2-3 years, where we could actually get broadband from satellite in rural areas, because that's going to be happening just in our lifetime within a couple of years. And we aren't even doing that yet. But one of the things I was concerned about when you said that is, can you tell me what barriers this amendment removes? I'm puzzled by that.
I think it's the time delays that are occurring with these studies that are very expensive. And I know we can talk about integrity of towers and all that, but that's really not the issue. Where in many cases, we're talking about very lightweight situations with the radio transmitters and so on. It's really somewhat a license to steal when you have some of these companies coming in and doing what they're doing. And I think that's where the concern is. It's time consuming, it's expensive, and at the end of the day, it's not accomplishing much, but there's only certain companies are out there doing it. And so it gets very, very expensive for particularly smaller communities, and it's impeding our ability to get broadband sooner. And that's where my concerns are.
So isn't the local jurisdiction part of the regulating process? Isn't that part of the process that the FCC put in front of us in order for broadband?
I'm not sure about that. You'd probably have to ask
Okay.
Senator Friesen that.
So can you tell me why the 60-day shot clock that's approved for modifications and for these companies, why that creates a barrier when it's really meant to actually improve it? 'Cause the concern that I have is, and the reason I had a red flag on this bill, and maybe you can walk me through it since you're a proponent of it, is that it's specifically talked about the Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012. And when they refer to that, and they're saying we want to go before that time, to me it says they're trying to take away the 60-day shot clock, which is put into federal law. So is it that residents in rural Nebraska are seeing that as a hurdle? That's why I'm concerned, because if you look at the FCC guidelines, it's clear that they have done a lot of things to expedite it, and it's approved partially at the local level. So if the local level does a bad job of hiring, why are we trying to change state statute to fix that?
Well, I'm not going to get into the weeds on this because I'm obviously you've got more detail from your staff to read off.
I'm sorry, my staff doesn't do my research for me, but thank you, Senator Jacobson. I do my own research. I have one staff person and have since January. Thank you,
Okay.
Senator Jacobson. I was
So you-
hoping you could clarify what you said. Thank you.
Okay, so you don't want an answer. Thank you.
So friends, sometimes you can be on the mic and you can be wrong, and sometimes you can be right. It is what it is. I do my own research. I'm 61 years old. I've been reading since I was 4 years old. I'm capable of doing that. And if you look at the federal guidelines, and there's a lot to read, those federal guidelines are very clear as to how you expedite it. And part of that is the shot clock. And it's clear that local jurisdiction does indeed approve part of the regulatory process. And then the applicant turns it in as part of that streamlined review in a certain window of time. And so I think that the thing that I'm most concerned about is we're talking about removing barriers and making it easier, but really all this does is a workaround against the rules that have already been set. And we're taking away local power because they had a bad actor. And if they have a bad actor, part of that reason is likely because they approved that contract. Are they being taken advantage of? It sounds like so, but that is something that they need to turn into the FCC because they're the regulatory body that oversees bad actors when it comes to broadband. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon for a few more minutes, colleagues. I wanted to explain what sort of happened with this bill over the last 2 years because it's not my bill, but I've been working on it for the last couple of years. So the basic parties, as we've discussed, of stakeholders are the League of Municipalities, counties, that sort of thing. And then the telecoms generally are sort of wanting the bill. The league, et cetera, is opposed to the bill. And so we've been meeting with them for a while and over the summer and this year. And the amendment that you see on the board reflects some of the work that we did to make the statute reflect federal law, but putting a few more things in place. There's also actually a sunset in this amendment so that it would do it for a couple of years. We see if it works, if it doesn't work, if it's making things go faster, if it's slowing them down. Procedurally, what has happened is that I have been trying to work with everybody to get to an agreement. We got very close, I think, and about an hour and a half ago, we sort of ended up in impasse, and I sort of said, okay, it's an hour and a half away. So when that happened, we went back to the filed amendment, and that is what you see here. It reflects some of the language of conciliatory nature by both sides, not all of the language that we had gotten to. It doesn't quite reflect the full agreement there. And even with where we were getting, there was still some objections between the two parties. So here I will tell you is where I'm at. I would probably support something like this amendment if it were a bill that had come out of committee. But I will not support it when it is still in committee because that's basically a left-handed pull motion out of committee. And so procedurally, I have a problem with that. So the amendment itself, do I think it is perfect? No. I, in fact, know some things that would make it better because we worked on them today, or would make them closer to agreement anyway. But I would probably be in favor of the amendment if it weren't, as I say, kind of a left-handed pull motion. So I'm sort of, stuck here, not knowing what to do. And the fact that it didn't come out of committee in part was timing, and a million different things. And we were going to maybe try and go underneath the balcony and put something out, but it wouldn't have been able to be read across. So it wouldn't technically be reported out of committee. This is one of those things where time just got the better of us and we didn't quite get it done. Do I think there's a problem with a consultant in Nebraska who takes too long to get these things approved? I do. There is a pretty big issue with the rip and replace where, and maybe all the municipalities can hear me say this and say, let's
1 minute.
try and speed this along a little bit, because we need to, for example, there's some technology out of China that has been determined to have some national security issues. Somebody needs to go out, there's a federal money to do it, rip and replace all of those, get rid of all of those boxes and replace them. So the process needs to go quickly in order to do that sort of thing. The issue of money is where you get to how quickly are people going to be deploying these technologies throughout our state, because if the cost becomes prohibitive for them to do these sort of large scale things, maybe they will be slower, is the argument. So we're sort of balancing a number of different aspects. There also is the question of local control. How much local control should we be imagining that our counties, municipalities, whatever, should have over their own?
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Mosier, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator DeBoer has really been working on this issue more than she indicated in her discussion. I think she should get credit for really giving it a really good effort. She brought people together to talk about it, but in the end, she couldn't get an agreement. And once in a while, things go like that. So in my recap of the, our handicap of the race here is that the cities feel like that the cell companies are demanding, and they insist that towers have to be in a certain place in order for them to get the coverage they want. And they claim that the FCC, you know, has rules that favor them, and the cities want to have some control over where the towers go and what they look like, and to protect their rights of way. And so there's kind of a battle. It's kind of like if two of your kids come in the house crying and you ask one of them which of you started the fight, and nobody will admit it. And you know, in my case, given that I, you know, was in city government for 12 years, I lean toward the city's view of things. They don't know everything about this technology. This technology is terrifically complicated, and they have troubles deciding what the right thing to do is. So they hire a consultant to help them decide where to put the towers and what's supposed to be involved. Well, the consultant that a lot of the cities use is bogged down, has way more business than they can get done in a reasonable time. And so the cell companies are upset because they have delays. In some ways, the first guys to get their towers up get first chance at that business. And I think it's more lucrative for them if they can get more towers put up. I can still get sufficient signal strength anywhere in Columbus as it is. You know, and I see both sides of the issue. You know, technology is something that we need to embrace, but in this particular case, I side with the cities on this, and I'm not going to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everyone can look at the pages handed out, a sheet of paper that shows some of the issues that we're dealing with. And again, it shows that there are many communities that use third-party consultants and do it very responsibly. You can look at, and the reason Lincoln and Omaha were carved out Their fees are around $543 on average. They're not excessive. They're very reasonable. There's other communities that are using consultants. Papillion uses a consultant. $320 was their fees. Norfolk, $805. They use a third-party consultant. But then we have consultants out here that are charging $11,000, $10,165, $11,000, $7,000. These are exorbitant fees. They make these telecommunications companies put $10,000 into an escrow account, and they whittle it down until the escrow account is zero. That's what we're talking about here. This is using reasonable fees. It's not talking about how they site their towers. It's not talking about the structural integrity of it. We want them to use reasonable fees in a reasonable timeline. And when you look at the comparison of those fees, you can't tell me that that's reasonable. And if a couple of members want to filibuster this amendment, go ahead. But we have companies out there that are required to change out equipment on the federal level. They have a timeline to work on. And what's happening is when they run into this third-party consultant here that's charging these $10,000 fees, they're going around them and going elsewhere to get their work done, but it's going to delay that process of changing out that equipment, which they were told they had to change out for national security. And it's delaying them from getting their job done, and there's a sunset on the bill. As soon as that work can be done, that bill sunsets, we go back to the regular time frame. But we have communities, and I don't think the league, if the league would have stepped up and said, look, we have a problem, let's fix this, they could have fixed it internally. But we've been dealing with this for over a year and a half, and we're right. Senator Bohr has spent a lot of time on this, and the league is opposing it to this day yet, but you cannot tell me that these are reasonable fees. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Pansing Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I stand in favor of Amendment 2679, Senator Friesen, and the underlying bill, LB 1144. I want to go back to the sheet that Senator Friesen passed out, and I hope you all look at it carefully. I mean, if you look at it, places like Sarpy County and Plattsmouth, Sarpy County is paying $7,895. Plattsmouth is paying $11,050, and then we get to Lincoln, and Lincoln's paying $543.67 for the permitting cost. Does that make sense to any of you? That makes no sense to me. The fact that Cass County has $11,000 average permitting cost, and Columbus has $10,165 of average permitting cost. That makes no sense. The city of Bellevue is down at $418. Well, you notice that the cities and the communities with the highest numbers are the ones that have third-party consultants, and they have been being taken advantage of, as they say, by a bad actor, and this is wrong. And I don't know why this hasn't been figured out sooner. I don't know exactly what the whole politics behind this was, but I totally agree that Amendment 2679 needs to pass, as does the underlying bill 1144. And with that, I will give back the remainder of my time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honestly, the more I dig into this and the more I see it, that I think the clearer I feel about it, the more opposition I have. It's not like, I'm looking at this chart. Okay, so some cities, some places signed an expensive contract with a bad consultant. That is a local issue, and that is a local issue. That is something you take to the city council. That is not something you change statewide law to do. We routinely have, I've been in urban affairs for 8 years, we routinely have cities who come in and go, oh, woe is me, there's nothing we can do but hire this really expensive consultant. And there's other cities who could do it in-house for next to nothing. And we see this here, we see this in this chart. What we haven't done in urban affairs and in other issues is banned the use of consultants and ban the use of consulting firms, because ultimately, if a city wants to get into a contract and they decide it's best, that's what they get to do. I mean, that's what they get to do. You know, yes, different cities charge different rates. Different cities have different in-house counsel. Different cities have different in-house engineers, whatever they need to do to get this done. You know, Lincoln might be charging lower permit fees and paying for more out of general funds. I mean, that's a choice the city of Lincoln has made. That's a choice that others can make. And again, colleagues, we talk about the things we do in the process, or like what is the final day, the last day of things. And to have a bill that has opposition, has probably very strong unified opposition from basically all of the cities that couldn't get out of committee because of that, that then is being attached on select file. I mean, we're layering and layering and layering all of these, I think, probably in their own right, process problems on it as well. I mean, this is more than just trying to hitch a ride at something. This is, again, as I think Senator DeBoer called it, a left-handed poll motion. We're polling a bill that apparently couldn't get out of committee because it has opposition on select file to put it onto a bigger package with the hopes that maybe the bigger package will keep the amendment alive on a bill that couldn't move forward on its own right. Colleagues, I mean, if you want to call talking on the microphone a couple times a filibuster, I mean, at this point, I'm just trying to dig into this, and I don't see why, in the scheme of all these things and the amount of other priorities that we've had to put by the wayside, that we've all had to do, that all of a sudden this one gets special priority and this one gets to move forward because we really, really want it to save a couple communities or to prevent a couple communities from doing contracts. I mean, this is so interesting that it's, if we don't believe cities when they report their costs, you know, we're going to have issues with fiscalness. We're going to have issues with all these sorts of things. Again, if we're talking about, I'm sorry, I'm just so flustered. This is like genuinely frustrating enough to me that we're saying that we have to do this. We have to do it over the city's objection. We haven't been able to get to a compromise. We have to do it at 5 o'clock on a Friday on select file on a bill that couldn't get out of committee and attach it to another vehicle because it's so urgent. We have to get it done. As it's been mentioned before, this is the bill by the committee chair. This had an ability to be the package. This had an ability to be the vehicle of the package. And instead, no, we waited. And I'm going to hit on my light another time. I will see what happens. I'll see if others, I know a couple people have raised questions and some hesitation, and we can go from there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to thank everyone who has participated in this negotiation throughout the last couple of years. And I wanted to say, like, it is amazing. The telecoms showed up whenever I wanted them to. The cities, municipalities showed up. They brought people along, and they have been really helpful. I think that this is the kind of thing where it's great to see people coming to the table and get together. I did want to say thank you to my administrative assistant, Brian Murray, who did so much work on this and wrote the draft 2679. In fact, that's up there, looking at the federal regulations, dug through piles of paper, has spent so much time on this. And I wanted to thank him because he has done a really excellent job on that. So we didn't eventually get to an agreement on that, and that happens sometimes. We ran out of time, I think. Maybe with more time, we might have been able to. I will say there is now time between now and next year. And I think if the cities, are opposed to legislation that does this, they know about the problem. This problem has now been announced to them. They see that the legislature is serious about trying to fix this problem, and maybe they can find a non-legislative solution to it before next year comes and we go through this process again with trying to find a legislative solution. So there's some time now to try and fix this, and maybe they can find that solution between now and next legislative session, because just the fact that I don't even know if there's 25 people to vote for something in here at this point. So I would say that I hope that if this bill does not go forward this year, that some folks work on trying to find a solution before next year, and maybe we can find a non-legislative solution to this problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Friesen, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I do want to thank Senator DeBoer for putting a lot of time and effort into this bill. I do believe the votes are here to pass this. And what's most disheartening is the municipalities or the League of Municipalities defending bad actors when they know good and well this is outrageous and they're unwilling to concede. And even those that are not impacted, that are carved out by this, are going to filibuster the bill and put other bills in jeopardy. So really this bill, and it talks about public safety, and this is where the FirstNet system is being required to change out equipment. And what it's doing is delaying them in their process, raising costs, and impeding their progress so that they don't get done on time. But if we're going to jeopardize other bills, I just wanted to spend a little bit of time here talking about what this bill did. And then in the end, I will pull this amendment, and the league can be rest assured that somebody maybe next year will bring it up. But I am very disappointed in their leading the charge to oppose this when all it's asking for, the whole heart of the amendment, I know there's a lot of definitions and everything, but it's all basically on page 5, where it authorizes cities and counties to charge reasonable application fees based on actual costs. With that, thank you, Mr. President. I will withdraw the amendment.
Amendment AM 2679 is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Flood, 2408, I have a note you want to withdraw that, I believe. Is that right, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President.
Withdrawn.
Senator Flood, AM 2757.
Senator Flood, you are recognized to open on Amendment 2757.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. This amendment does a couple of things, and it's fair. I would say it's non-controversial for sure. The first thing that it does is that it says that the Public Service Commission may contract with a political subdivision, whether it's a city or a county, on the distribution of the ARPA funds that political subdivisions are getting. This allows those political subdivisions to work with the Public Service Commission if both sides agree. So what's happening right now is that counties around the state are getting a sizable amount of money that can be used for broadband deployment. This would allow, for instance, Boone County to say, well, we've set aside $3.5 million from our ARPA funds. We want this deployed in Boone County. We can enter into an agreement with the Public Service Commission where Public Service Commission will essentially award the funds to an applicant and then provide the oversight consistent with what we want to accomplish in the broadband efforts in Nebraska. Couple benefits for the political subdivision. I think it's fair to say that county commissioners themselves and city leaders, a lot of times they don't get money to deploy broadband. This allows them to contract with the Public Service Commission and make sure, number one, we are not overbuilding. So that if Boone County says, hey, we want these funds to go towards areas around Boone, Nebraska, Cedar Rapids, Nebraska, maybe closer to Newman Grove, which is in the eastern edge of Boone County, they can give that direction in their agreement to the Public Service Commission, and the Public Service Commission can advertise the bids, can ask the questions, can determine what the appropriate speed will be, and then go from there. Also on this amendment, it does a couple of other things. When we passed the bill last year, there was $20 million given to the Public Service Commission. These funds were to be distributed by grants for broadband, serve and underserved areas. The Public Service Commission received over 30 million in grant applications, but were unable to award from providers, but were unable to award the full 20 million. Why? Well, why weren't these funds fully distributed? Incumbent challenges. What does this mean? It means We're a company that we already have and provide what we call broadband service. And here comes another provider in to build out the area. Well, when that other provider applies for the funds, the incumbent can issue what they call a challenge. Over $10 million in grants were blocked by incumbent providers through the challenge process. This process allowed a current provider claiming to offer decent broadband speeds, 100 by 20, to an area to block grants. However, incumbent providers, and there was one company that was the most active challenger in the first round of grants, and I think we might say that company's name is Windstream, did not submit any supporting evidence for the service they claimed to offer. They instead relied solely on advertised speeds. My amendment would bring accountability back to the broadband bridge program by requiring incumbent providers to prove they offer their claimed broadband speeds by submitting to speed tests. This is not asking too much. The amendment also punishes companies that block grants by committing to build a network in an area, but then failing to live up to that commitment. This allows the Public Service Commission to assess civil penalties. My recommendation, $5,000 a day. Now, that's not in the amendment, but I think that the penalties have to be severe. So who does this protect? This protects people in rural areas who go to bed at night hoping that when the government says they're providing broadband funds, that they actually go to where they're supposed to go, that we actually get the speeds we have, and that people who commit to build something have to build it or they pay the price. This is a system that is being gamed, and I told everyone last year on this bill that this situation is rife for problems. And I wanted more accountability. I wanted a public notice in the newspaper. I wanted to hold these folks that challenged this accountable. We ended up settling on something less. We're back now after we failed to be able to even hand out the $20 million. So this amendment is common sense. I think at the end of the day, it actually provides some teeth and it expects results. And I think Senator Friesen agrees with it, and we can move forward together. I will give the remainder of my open to Senator Friesen so that he can comment.
Senator Friesen, 4 minutes 50.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Flood. I consider this amendment a friendly amendment. I was always more letting the PSC dictate how in depth they wanted to be in some of this enforcement, but Senator Flood wants to make it more in legislative process. I don't have a problem with that. We do want these companies to act in good faith, and we want them to get things done. So I fully support the amendment, and moving forward, I think this does put some teeth into the fact that we have companies now, and this has happened at the federal level also, where companies are submitting application, they're tying up funds that are to be used to expand the broadband system, and they're not getting the systems built. And then months or years later, those funds are finally released to do it again. And so we don't need companies that are out there that are saying they're going to do one thing and then not carrying through with their obligation. And we do need to make those companies, when they're saying that, we're going to enforce that idea. So thank you, and I do support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood and Senator Friesen. Debate is now open on the amendment. Senator Bostoman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do support the amendment. I thank Senator Flood for bringing it. We want to talk with Senator Friesen here just a minute. I want to put some intent language out here for folks to look at it at a later date, and I wonder if Senator Friesen would yield to some questions.
Senator Friesen, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. As we see broadband being built out in general across the state, as we're talking about cities, towns, villages, and that, I think the intent is not that that money, that build out is just not within those communities itself, but it's really that broader area, maybe that whole exchange, but we can't just build the town, we have to build out in the country as well throughout those areas. Would you agree with that?
That has been one of our biggest concerns. If we have companies that only build out the communities, but leave those areas outside, the exchange area, leave those unserved, those are the hardest to serve. So our goal is always to if you're going to overbuild a community, we would like them to really build the whole exchange at one time, so you don't leave those customers on the outside the city and village limits. We don't leave them unserved. And so ideally, we would do whole exchanges when we do this process.
I would agree with that. I think that the key here, as we look at funds coming in to the state in different areas, and as we look at different programs that we have, different opportunities we have, I think that's key, and that build out happens throughout a wider area, and we just cannot limit that. It's not limited to those cities or villages.
Yes, and I want to encourage, and that's why we have encouraged companies, that the telecom companies, I want to encourage the cities, the counties, anyone who has access to build these private partnerships, public-private partnerships, to look at doing those whole exchanges versus just in the municipality where they pick off maybe the high-value businesses and things like that, but yet don't want to hook up the rest of the community or even areas outside the exchange. So we don't want them to cherry pick just only the good customers. We want everyone in a municipality and that exchange served when they do these. We would really encourage that.
I would agree. Thank you, Senator Friesen. I yield the rest of my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Bostoman and Senator Friesen. Senator Pansing Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I stand in support of AM 2757 and LB 1144. And I thank Senator Flood for bringing this amendment. Neither the state nor the Public Service Commission can distribute federal or state dollars to unserved areas or underserved areas without determining the actual speeds of services that are being delivered by carriers. Senators Flood and Friesen are correct, and that the speed standard and the speed testing should be required as a matter of state statute. It's very important that the carriers have to comply and show what they're doing, and the Public Service Commission should be able to hold them to that standard. So I support AM 2757 and LB 1144. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Flood, you are recognized to close on AM 2757. Senator Flood waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2757. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 ayes, no nays on the amendment.
The amendment passes.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1144 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1144 is advanced. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Clerk, LB 876.
I have enrollment and review amendments, first of all.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 876.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted.
Senator Breese, AM 2276.
Senator Breese, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Withdraw it.
Senator Breese would like to withdraw that amendment. Withdrawn.
Mr. President, Senator Geist had an amendment, but I have a note she wishes to withdraw.
Withdrawn.
Senator Geist had AM 2665. Senator Brandt, I believe, has been authorized to handle that for her.
Senator Brandt, you are recognized to open on AM 2665.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be about a minute and a half, and then we're going to pull this. And AM 2665 is based on Senator Geist LB 73, which was advanced from General Affairs Committee last session with a 6-2 vote. The amendment would designate a small amount of gambling tax revenue, 2.5%, to county agricultural societies located in counties with a racetrack and casino gaming facility. Passage of AM 2665 would provide critical stable funding source to maintain county fairground facilities, starting with those existing in 5 of our larger population counties. Now, many of you may be wondering what an ag society is and how they are currently funded. County ag societies are nonprofit corporations created by a vote of the people. Many have been serving the state of Nebraska since the first years of statehood over 150 years ago by building and maintaining county fairgrounds and running annual county fairs for their youth and communities. Ag societies currently receive varying levels of financial support in the communities that they operate. As a Lancaster County Senator, I know the local situation. The Lancaster County Ag Society operates the Lancaster Event Center Fairgrounds, or LEC, which has an economic impact for the city, county, and state of $40 to $60 million annually. Events held at LEC range from small community group events to large regional, national, and international events. In a typical year, LEC welcomes almost 600,000 unique visitors and is one of the 3 largest attractions in Nebraska for out-of-state visitors. Despite their substantial economic contribution, Lancaster County Ag Society receives less than $140,000 each year in property tax revenue from the county and has not received any funding from the city of Lincoln since it relocated from the old state fairgrounds, now Innovation Campus, 20 years ago. Without sustainable, reliable funding, we could see county fairgrounds in some of our largest counties fall into disrepair or close entirely. Douglas County has already disbanded their Ag Society, and we don't want to see more go under. As we think about workforce development and keeping our kids in Nebraska, we should embrace opportunities to integrate future generations into Nebraska's largest economic driver, which is agriculture. Senator Geist has been working diligently with proponents and opponents of AM 2665 over the last 2 years. I'm disappointed an agreement has not yet been reached to provide important long-term funding for county ag societies. However, I'm heartened to hear the parties have agreed to continue their work over the interim and look forward to hearing their solution next session. Mr. President, I ask that the amendment be withdrawn.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. The amendment is withdrawn. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Blood, 2666.
Senator Blood, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, this is a very simple amendment that is a friendly amendment. Senator Breezy and I talked about it approximately a week ago. Feel free to walk up and ask him. And what it does is it just simply takes out the names of 4 communities. And the reason we're doing that is because it creates a protective class within the legislation, which we were taught our freshman year was something we were supposed to try and avoid whenever we wrote legislation. It doesn't change the intent of the bill. It doesn't change the intent of that part of the bill. And it doesn't change the intent of the entire sentence. All it does is remove the protected class that we always try and avoid in legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Debate is now open. Senator Halloran, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Would Senator Breezy yield to a quick question, please?
Senator Breezy, would you yield?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Breezy. We've talked about this off mic a little bit before, and I would, just for the sake of the record and clarity for everyone, quick question. Would any of the established racetracks in the 6 counties that have grandfathered in racetracks, would they be required to do a study, feasibility study or socioeconomic study, to be able to move the track from one location in the county to another?
Not under the provisions of 876. They would not have to, no.
Okay, appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Halloran and Senator Breezy. Senator Breezy, you are recognized.
Yes, Senator Blood's amendment is a friendly amendment. I appreciate her for drafting that and bringing it to us. I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Stinner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I'm opposed to this whole thing. I think you've shut out half the state from applying for a racetrack. And I would say racetrack. If we could change it from horse to race, I would definitely be for it, because we could have dogs, we could have ostriches, we could have chicken races and human races. So it would open up a whole brand new breed of tracks. In all seriousness, you got a 3-year study, shuts us out. We have people that are ready to go right now. We don't even have a racetrack within 300 miles of Gary, Nebraska. 300 miles. So we're going to wait for 3 years. We'll probably lose the folks that are there right now ready to do this, and then have to wait another 2 years in hopes that this committee will allow racing in western Nebraska. So I'm totally opposed to this. I guess I did have a proposed amendment to break the state in half at the 100th meridian, which is Cozad, Nebraska. It would allow even 100-mile limits between us and North Platte, for an example, would be 100 miles. That's the two racing venues that were proposed, and casinos. Got 100 jobs, over 100 jobs in western Nebraska that we could have right away. So I'm opposed to it, and I will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to echo the remarks of Senator Stinner. I was on the committee. Obviously, I joined the group late after all the hearings and after everything had been formed up with the committee. I did agree to follow the committee recommendation to bring it to the floor, but obviously I made my presence known and my comments known in the committee on the record that I don't think it makes sense that roughly 2/3 of the landmass of the state is being left out of this, and then we're being forced to wait 3 years. Now, there are some circumstances out there that I can appreciate. Number one, we need to recognize that the initial initiative really talked about racetracks, and so there was a lot of debate on what is included. Did it just include the existing racetracks or additional racetracks? I also recognize that of the 6 established racetracks, 5 of them race thoroughbreds and only 1 of them races quarter horses. And so if we're going to put the right pieces in place, we're going to need more quarter horses. And so there's going to need to be some time to develop that. I was opposed to forcing this to go 3 years, and that's why we did change earlier through the committee process the idea that we would expedite this study so that it could get done sooner, and that there would be an outside limit of 3 years, not a minimum of 3 years. I don't know that totally fixes it. I'm still concerned that if we're going to have gambling in Nebraska, casino gambling, that it ought to be open to the entire state, not just limited to the eastern third. It seems like all of us that move on out west, North Platte, Ogallala, Gering, are 3 in particular that have expressed interest in being a part of this. And so it looks like our residents would have to drive to Grand Island or Hastings, which would be the closest, and leave their money there and bring back any problems that would be associated with it. So I do feel like that we're being left out. I can tell you that next year I'd like to see us make some changes where we can be earlier involved in this process to make some modifications so that we can open this up to some other markets. If we're going to have it, we should have it across the state, and we should have it in key markets. But I also am understanding of the concern about the quarter horse industry needing to develop. And so that's really where my concerns are at. Again, I supported the committee. I did get there late. The committee was a fairly strong vote coming out, and it was very clear that the committee did not want to make any other changes at this point in time. So I see this as something that'll be a priority for me next year as I look at geographic distances, and we need to open this to everyone, not just limited to the eastern third. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Hilkeman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Stinner would take a question or two.
Senator Stinner, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, Senator, I remember when this was debated before, it was one of those evening debates that we had, and I was actually listening to it on the way home on my, because I had left just a little early, and I thought, this doesn't seem right that we're not taking Western. Does Wyoming have casinos and gaming?
Not to my knowledge.
So if you had a casino at Gearing or Scotts Bluff, you have a potential of drawing some of the Wyoming market.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. In fact, the folks that are looking at Gearing says that's their number one site. That's the most attractive site they have. They're talking Front Range, they're talking Wyoming, and actually some of South Dakota as well as a marketing area for this.
If I remember right, Senator, I think South Dakota does have the gaming. Am I right?
You are correct. Yes.
So you
They
would have
don't-
to go up probably to the Hot Springs or that area in order to get to the casino there.
They have gaming, they don't have racing.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Senator Stinner. Senator Breezy, I'm wondering if you would yield to a question.
Senator Breezy, would you yield?
Yes.
What would it take to advance to change? Why would it take 3 years? I know that that's what we're talking about, 3 years before this can be done. Is there any way that this process could be moved forward faster?
I don't know. It could take 3 weeks, could take 3 months, could take 3 years. I just don't know how long it would take. Problem is, there are some folks out there that like a 5-year moratorium, 7-year moratorium. So what do we tell them? So we're just trying to find common ground here. We talk about the fact that Western Nebraska seems to be somewhat unique, but Bellevue is kind of unique too. They're sitting in a populated area. Douglas County has over 500,000 folks. I don't know what Sarpy County has, a couple 100,000. You know, they're sitting in a very populous area, so they have something of a unique situation. Norfolk might make the same argument. We're unique up here because of the trade area we draw from. So there's a lot of people here with different arguments, different reasons why, yes, there ought to be an exception for me. But once we open the door, we're going to be making exceptions for a lot of folks. What we landed on here was middle ground. I think it's reasonable middle ground. There's people on each end of this thing wanting to pull in their direction, and I think we found the place to be.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. If Senator Stinner would like the rest of my time, he can. Otherwise, I'll yield it back to the chair.
Stinner, you are recognized for 1 minute 50.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. I will tell you this, folks, that we are unique because we're several hours away from the closest track. Where Bellevue, you can drive about a half an hour to 45 minutes and get to a track. And obviously, there's a big difference between the eastern part of the state and the racing that goes on there in the western part of the state. We're talking about quarter horses, I believe. But if we change it to a racetrack, just make it a racetrack instead of horse tracks, I think that opens up different venues to different parts of the state. And obviously, for my part of the world, we really do need the 100 jobs. We need the casino. We need that attraction and the flow of people that will come to that in the economic benefit that's
1
realized
minute.
there. So it's just hard for me to believe that the people in the western part of the state have got to wait 3 years plus give everybody the, I don't even know who's going to sit on this board. Are we going to even have representation from the western part of the state to say, no, we need to have racetracks in the western part of the state? We could have it 100 miles or 50 miles apart. Certainly the application process will separate all of us. We have to prove that we have merit and have a stable person or entity that's going to come in and build this casino and stay on top of the racetrack. So for me, I'm fighting for the western part of the state, and obviously there's only about 4 or 5 of us. So in any event, I'm still a no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stinner and Senator Hilkeman. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Blood, you are recognized to close on AM 2666. Senator Blood waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2666. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
22 ayes, 3 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Jacobson, would you please check in? Senator Bostar, the House is under call. Please return to the chamber. All unexcused members are present. Senator Blood, how would you like to proceed with the vote? Roll call vote in reverse order has been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart, voting yes. Williams? No. Voting no. Sir Wayne? Voting yes. Sir Walls? Voting yes. Sir Vargas? Sir Stinner? Voting no. Sir Slama? Voting yes. Sir Sanders? Sir Pansy Brooks? Voting yes. Sir Pauls? Sir Merman? Voting yes. Sir Moser? Voting yes. Sir Moorfeld? Sir McKinney? Voting yes. Sir McDonald? Voting yes. Sir McAllister? Voting no. Sir Lowe? Voting yes. Sir Linehan? Sir Lindstrom? Voting no. Sir Lathrop? Sir Coulterman? Voting no. Sir Jacobson? Voting no. Sir Hunt? Sir Hughes? Voting no. Sir Hickelman? Voting no. Sir Hilgers? Senator Matt Hansen? Voting yes. Sir Holleran? Ben Hansen, Senator Holleran not voting. Thank you. Sir Gregert, Sir Geist, Sir Friesen? Voting no. Sir Flood? Voting yes. Sir Erdman? Sir Dorn? Voting yes. Sir DeBoer? Voting yes. Sir Day? Sir Clements? Sir Michaela Kavanaugh? Sir John Kavanaugh? Sir Breesy? Voting yes. Sir Brewer? Voting yes. Sir Brandt? Voting yes. Sir Bostelman? Voting yes. Sir Bostar? Voting yes. Sir Blood? Voting yes. Sir Arch? Sir Albright? Voting yes. Sir Aguilar? Voting yes. 22 ayes, 9 nays on the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Moving back to the agenda.
Would you raise the call, please?
Raise the call.
Senator Breese would move to amend with AM 2764.
Senator Breese, you are recognized to open on Amendment 2764.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon/evening, colleagues. The need for AM 2764 was brought to our attention by the Fiscal Office, and we greatly appreciate their work. This amendment fixes the language for the incremental increase in the funding of the Racing Commission. It will remain at its current level. Under this amendment, that funding will remain at its current level until July 1st, 2023. The Commission, Racing and Gaming Commission, is funded by cash funds that come from the tax paid by the racetracks to the Commission from the gross sum wagered by the pari-mutuel method each calendar year. The amount currently in statute is 64/100ths of 1%. And with the previous amendment under LB 76 as amended previously, we reduced that to 0.5%. And that was an oversight on our part. This amendment keeps the amount at 64/100ths of 1% until July 1st, 2023. I would ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breese. Debate is now open. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Breese, you are recognized to close on Amendment 2764. Senator Breese waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2764. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
26 ayes, 0 nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 2764 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 876 to ENR for engrossing.
The motion is debatable. Senator Breese, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would strongly urge everyone's support of this. Again, this was a result of a lot of negotiations within the committee, and I certainly appreciate Senator Stinner's concerns, Senator Jacobson's concerns, and that issue was brought up in committee. We discussed that. What should we do about Western Nebraska? Should we do anything different for Western Nebraska? And again, we start doing something different for Western Nebraska, we're going to have to be thinking about doing something different for Sarpy County. We're going to have to be listening to Norfolk talk about their situation. We're going to have to be listening to everybody. And so we didn't close anybody off. We're going to make them wait pending this study, feasibility analysis, economic analysis by the commission. Could take 3 months, but it's going to be done no later than July 1st of 2025. And so that, in effect, is perhaps you could call it a 2.5-year de facto moratorium. Hopefully it'll be done sooner than that because the language of the bill says no later than January 1st of 2025 or as soon as possible, I believe we have in there. And this was where the committee landed after a whole lot of discussion. I'd originally proposed having a minimum mileage distance, and still don't mind that idea, but that would be a veritable minefield on this floor. And so we did the best we could as a committee. This is where 7 of us landed. It's not perfect by anyone's opinion, I don't think. You know, again, there's people wanting to pull one way, people wanting to pull the opposite direction on this. And we landed in what I think is a reasonable place to be. We're not shutting off the market to anyone out there. We're leaving the market open, so that market will be accessed, maybe not in a timely manner, but it's still going to create opportunity. And the goal here is to put in place the expansion of casino gambling in Nebraska in a reasonable, responsible, sustainable manner. We're going to have to figure out if the horse racing industry can support additional casinos beyond these 6 that are probably going to be at the existing tracks. It's going to take some time to get that figured out. We can't just open this up to additional tracks, in my opinion, without some analysis, some contemplation, some study of to what we have going on here. Again, we did our best as a committee. This truly was a committee project. And this is where we landed. I think we found middle ground on it. It's a reasonable place to be. And I would strongly urge everyone's support on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, President. And I just rise in support of 876. I know Senator Breezy and his committee have a very big task. When this went to the vote of the people, it was to go where the racetracks already were. Now, all of a sudden, everybody wants to change up everything. And quite frankly, that's not what the will of the people when they voted for this to be done. And if other people would like to do other things, it's just not in the cards. That's truly not what it was all about. It's hard enough to just push a green button on gambling in the state of Nebraska as it is. But here we are at 548. We have places to go, people to see, and we're gonna have a problem with this. I think you're all wrong. We need to get this done and over with. I support LB 876 as written.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Mosier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not on the General Affairs Committee, but I do have a county that has a racetrack in it. And these operators are looking for some regulatory framework so they can move ahead with their plans. So if this doesn't move forward and we wait another year, this is going to push everybody back another year. So I think this needs to move forward now so that the tracks that already exist can at least be assured that they're going to be able to get it started and get their casino going. The last thing we want to do is have a dozen casinos in Nebraska, in my opinion. The last thing we want is a dozen casinos and none of them do well. And we wind up with a whole bunch of empty buildings with broken neon signage in front of them. We want to orderly fashion and try to make sure that everybody that enters into it succeeds. And I don't think anybody has any objection to having one in Western Nebraska. The question is how to work this all out with all the competing people who are asking for, they're trying to ride along on the coattails of what the ballot question allows. And Senator Breezy's committee and Senator Breezy are going to have to work out these details, but I think we should support Senator Breezy on this, move it forward at least this much, and then we'll look at it again next year to see if we need to refine it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I think LB 876 is a critically important bill to our state. And just for anybody who's watching at home at 5:50 on a Friday night, God bless you, first of all. But just a little bit of a backstory of what's going on here. We have about 15 people checked out right now. So we're down in numbers to about 32 people. So right now we're trying to get the support necessary to get this critically important bill across the finish line. I understand some regional concerns with this. I wholeheartedly empathize with them. I think they are better suited to be dealt with in a package next year rather than killing LB 876. So I'd like to ask Senator Breezy a few questions about this bill if he'd so choose.
Senator Breezy, would you yield?
Yes.
So Senator Breezy, can you walk me through just the basics? What does LB 876 do?
Yes. The amended version, the primary goal of 876 is to allow for the potential expansion of additional racetrack casinos in Nebraska in an orderly fashion. And so towards that end, it provides that any new applicants beyond the existing 6 racetracks are going to have to wait pending a study by the Racing and Gaming Commission, a feasibility study and economic analysis, that's to be completed no later than January 1st of 2025, that will look at the industry, the racing industry in Nebraska, the gaming industry in Nebraska, to try to ensure that any placement of additional operations is consistent with having a healthy, viable, and sustainable racing and gaming industry. And it also provides that racetracks in Nebraska, to maintain a racing license, they're going to have to conduct a minimum number of racing days and horse races. And that is to ensure that the racing industry is brought along here, but it's also to ensure that we don't just have a shell racetrack with 1 race a year just so they can have a casino. The racing industry must be brought along in this endeavor. And those are really the 2 key parts of that in my opinion. There are also some less impactful provisions in it, but those are the main points of the legislation and what it's attempting to do.
Sure. So could you just lay out for me, those sound like really important regulations, and I've been supportive of LB 876, and I'm grateful for your work on this bill. This hasn't been an easy lift in any case. What happens if LB 876 doesn't pass? What happens if it comes up for a vote here in 2 minutes and gets 24 votes on a machine vote?
Well, the Racing and Gaming Commission will have no parameters in place, no guidance in place from this body to handle additional applications. And they have indicated that they really would like this body to weigh in and give them some guidance, give them some parameters on how to handle those things. And so if we don't do this, we have no idea what they're going to do. They're going to be on their own, and we're only left to speculate as to what the Racing and Gaming Commission might do. I think as a legislative body, it's our responsibility and our obligation to provide some guidance here on something of this importance.
Absolutely. And I wholeheartedly agree with you there, Senator Breezy. And I do think this is an important point to drive home, that if LB 876 does not advance tonight, we're dealing with very limited numbers. We're looking down the barrel of having the Wild West when it comes to this frontier in our statewide
1 minute.
Policy. Thank you, Mr. President. And I see there's a few other people in the queue, so I will hop off, and I've got my light on for my next turn, and I will certainly have more questions for you, Senator Breezy. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Slama and Senator Breezy. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, enrollment and review reports 852, 902, 902A, 977, LB 977A, 1016, 1068, 1068A, 1069, as correctly engrossed. Amendments to be printed to 709 and 792. Resolutions. 444 by Senator Walls, Senator Stinner 445. Those will be laid over. General Affairs Confirmation Report. Announcement, the Natural Resource Committee will hold an executive session Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Name ads, Senator Matt Hansen to 921, 922. Bostar Lindstrom to LR 427. Mr. President, priority motion, Senator Speaker Hildreth would move to adjourn the body until Monday morning, April 11 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Members, you heard the motion to adjourn until Monday morning at 9 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.